Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. On the panel this afternoon are Yim Chan, Sahir Bayat, and Peter Reed. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. As panelist, your camera will temporarily be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role should you fail to respect this condition. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decisions of the committee. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if so requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support of or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues which were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff to be declared?
No.
Seeing none. Madam Deputy, Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, item 23, 650 Shaw Street. And then item 35, 13 MOSSOM Road. However, that is scheduled for 3:30 or shortly thereafter.
Thank you very much.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I see no applications to be closed this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And with that, we move to the agenda for this afternoon, which begins with item 21, 37 Beechwood Drive. On 37 Beechwood, the panel has before it those materials submitted by the applicant at the time of application. There are also revised plans from February the 1st. There's a revised zoning waiver, same date. There's a cover letter from the agent, same date. And also on February the 3rd from the agents. And there's correspondence again from the agent on February 6th. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx, from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, from Urban Forestry, and also from TRCA. There is correspondence both in support of and in opposition. Correspondence in support from 68 Hopedale Avenue, also 39 Beechwood Drive. Correspondence in opposition from 35 Beechwood Drive. So, moderator, we'll have the agent, please, for item number 21. Join us by stating their name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lance Caprillion, Studio Limina at 180 Shaw Street in Toronto, and I am the agent for the owners.
Thank you very much. Moderator, is there one person standing by to speak? There is. Okay then, Mr. Caprillion, you have 5 minutes to address the committee and to make a presentation on your application, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before you, there are two variances for a deck. This is a deck proposed for the front yard of 37 Beechwood. These variances are for the size, the area, and the depth into the front yard setback. And I would like to first just comment on those variances because we did submit a revised application, as you noted. In conversation with planning, we agreed to reduce the size of the deck. And so now the variances read the depth into the front yard setback to be 3.57 meters and the area of the deck to be 17.7 square meters.
Okay, that's good. Let's just hold there for a moment. So the area of the second story deck will be, in variance number one, I'm sorry, did you change variance number 1 or number 2?
Both of them changed. So the size of the deck is reduced by reducing the depth of it. So both variances were impacted. So the depth was reduced. Depth and area were both reduced as a result. And this, but it affects
Pardon
both
me,
variances.
I'm just going slowly here so that we capture these and people understand. So variance number 1 now reads 21.6 meters squared. It changes to
17.7.
17.7, variance number 1. And variance number 2 changes to?
3.57 meters.
Thank you very much. Okay, so both variances change. This becomes an amended application. Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. I would like to address the specifics, the mitigating factors for these variances. So this is an unusual property and it shares its unusual conditions with the neighbor at 35. And that is that there's a huge slope here in the property from the front yard at Beechwood to the back. And so each of these two houses appears to be a 4-story house with a garage surmounted by 3 levels. The way that 37 Beechwood is structured, the ground floor of the house is at the more or less the grade of the upper level. So it is high above the ground in the front, and so by definition in the zoning bylaw, it is a second floor balcony. So we have the strange condition where actually the use of the balcony is or deck is actually for the ground floor, but because of this slope, it is actually quite high, and therefore it is a second story deck. The other condition that is impacting these variances is that the two houses, 37 and 35, are relatively close. Front walls are relatively close to one another. There's a 2-foot difference, but 39 is set quite far back. So the resulting front yard setback for 37 Beechwood, which is the average of those two, is actually inside the house, the existing house. So it makes the variance much worse, obviously, because that front yard setback is within the existing building. And what So what the proposal is to add this balcony on existing structure. It is very close in size, height, and appearance really to the existing deck in the neighboring house at 35 Beechwood. So we do think that the resulting proposal is minor, even though it appears from the variances that it's a significant departure, simply because of these mitigating factors. And we feel that it is well contextualized because it will reflect exactly what's going on with the neighboring property. There were some comments from the neighbor with respect to the size, which we have partially addressed by reducing the size. And there were comments about sunlight. This is the 37 is actually north, is north of the of 35, so there is no impact, except in the very, very odd, very extreme cases, there would be no impact whatsoever from this deck on the sunlight of the neighbors. There is overlook, but it's overlook from 35 onto 37. So we don't feel that this proposal is going to negatively impact either neighbor. And we have a letter of support from 39. So I think that's clear from them that they support it. So, and we are aware of TRCA, urban forestry, ravines, and Metrolinx requirements, and we do need a TRCA permit, which we will apply for. And I believe that concludes my comments. The owner, Mr. Barkas, is here and can answer any questions that I cannot, specific to the property.
Very good, thank you. Okay, panel members, at this point, do you have questions for the agent? We're going to hear now from the registered speaker. Let's go then to the registered speaker, please.
Jim Zatalis, you have been unmuted.
Yes. Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee.
Hi, Jim. You would have to mute your other device because you have an echo background.
Just a moment, sorry.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
There is still an echo. Please turn off the other. So have only one device in front of you when you're speaking.
Can you hear me now? I simply,
So
for some reason.
give me 1 sec. Let me try one more thing here. Hi, Jim. Yes, go ahead. You have been unmuted. Yes.
Okay.
Still echo.
My name is Jim Zotalis, and I'm representing my mother, who's the owner next door. Basically, our comments are contained in her letter of opposition, and that's basically the issue for my mother, who lives next door and is the owner, is the question of why the applicant can't stay within the zoning bylaw in terms of why is there a request for a secondary deck at the second level that can't be built within the 4 square meters.
Okay, Jim, we are still experiencing this echo issue, but I'm getting the general gist. This is the chair speaking. So the question that your mother has, or her concern, is that she doesn't understand the need for a second deck that is of such large size, and Do I have it down right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Anything else you wish to say before we go back to the applicant to hear what he has to say?
No, that's essentially the gist
Okay.
of the concern.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll go back to the applicant now, and that is the question, applicant. Next door neighbor is wondering why you need a second balcony and why it needs to be so large.
Thank you. If I could have a look at the letter of opposition, and if we could scroll down to the photographs, I think this might be useful. There we are. Perfect. Thank you. The house on the left is 37. The house on the right is 35. The proposal is to add a deck to 37 that is roughly at the same elevation as the existing deck you can see there on 35. The size of that deck is not going to be, in fact, too different from what is there on 35. And what's curious about the way these buildings have been built is you can see the garage, they both have garages, but 35 is elevated so that the ground floor of 35, where the balcony is, the deck is there, is this roughly the same elevation as the ground floor of 37, but because 37 has a lower garage, it appears as though it's the second story, and in fact, that's the interpretation of the zoning. But the way the houses are set up, they both have the ground floor at roughly the same elevation off grade on both front and back. So the proposed deck is going to be very close to the existing deck on 35. And I note the decks above here on 35, there is a balcony on the second floor and what appears to be a roof deck above that. So I think in terms of deck space, obviously this is a desirable place to sit outside. The view is fabulous. There are no houses on the other side of the street, and it's a long view. So I think denying 37 the privilege of enjoying that same thing that 35 is enjoying is a little bit unfair. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, questions for the agent? Okay. Hearing none, we can take the application then into committee for a motion, unless someone has a comment first. Go ahead. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have, first thing prior to looking at the photographs from 35 in their letter of opposition, a Google view presents a similar image from the front. It is an unusual location for all the homes. And the fact that 35 already has balconies at the front of their home somehow seems odd with opposing the neighbor who also similarly wants a balcony in the front of the home. I have no concerns about this particular application. I think it's very straightforward. And the amendments that have been made are, I think, quite reasonable. So I have no hesitation to look forward to a motion to approve. I believe there's only one condition, I think that's from the planning department, and that's about it.
Thank you. Is there a second? It is seconded. Ms. Chan. It is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Thank you. That motion is carried. Vote is unanimous, and the application is approved. Number 22 is 66 RUSHOLME. On this application before us are submitted materials with the application and a chart and map of comparable approvals from the agent. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi again. It's Nilufar Sultani from KH Davis Engineering, the agent for the owners of 66 RUSHOLME.
Good afternoon.
Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Panel members, any questions for the agent? Not hearing any. Okay, in that case, let's advance, if you like, to a motion. Ms. Chan, go ahead, please.
Yes, I think this is a very reasonable variance. I think the FSI in the area is reasonable, and it's only one variance, and also they increase the area in the existing attic space, and I do not think it will change the outside anyway. So I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? Motion carried. And the application is approved. Thank you. Number 23 has come to us with a request to defer. So let's go to the agent, please.
Members, Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, here to request a deferral for 650 Shaw Street.
Yes, indeed. Could you explain to the committee the rationale behind your request, please?
Yes, the owners decided to make some changes to the design and need a little more time to get those together and get a proper zoning review.
Are these changes going to make the variances more or less onerous?
I believe less onerous, sir.
Very good. Okay. We have no one standing by to speak on this, so panel members, the decision is up to you. Anyone ready to make a motion on this request to defer? Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead. I think it's always appropriate to allow for a deferral so that changes and appropriate changes can be made, possibly also consultations or minimize any opposition. So I move to approve a deferral.
Thank you. Is that seconded? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to defer. All in favor? Vote is unanimous and the application is deferred. Number 24. 190 Garden Avenue. On this application, the panel has before it submitted materials. There is a tree protection plan, October. And there is presentation material received January 31st. There's also a staff report from Urban Forestry. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
I'm Andrew Trotter, agent for 190 Garden Avenue.
Good afternoon. Okay. And moderator, do we have two? Okay. So, agent, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Well, this is I think a typical kind of application in this neighborhood. You know, it's the end of the street or the beginning of the street on the side alley. The house is currently in not great condition. My client has previously renovated a house on Fermanagh that he lived in and then moved out of the city and now wants to move back into the city. So this is for his use. He does beautiful work. I think it'll be, you know, it'll fit in beautifully in the neighborhood. And I think the variances, I did leave a list of previous decisions in the document page of the Committee of Adjustments for this address. And it does follow along quite well with many of the previous decisions, certainly much less in many cases. So I think this meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I think this is a good application for approval.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers in opposition, so let's hear from them and then come back. First speaker, please, moderator.
My name's Sabrina Stow, and I am an owner of 184 Garden.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
I have, can you hear me?
We hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Excellent. I have a few questions. One is around light. So currently we get a lot of light in our backyard. The plans look like the house will extend further than any of the other houses that are, well, the house between us. And so I'm wondering if a light study has been considered. That's the first question. And then the second question is around the garage. So I saw in the plans that the garage looks like it's existing. The current garage, there's lots of critters that go in and out of the garage, and it looks like it's quite tired. And so I'm just curious if there's any intention to modify the garage in any way. And I know that you said that this is an opposition, but I don't know that it is. I think that that high tides raise all boats. So we're always excited about renovations in the neighborhood, but just have some questions about it in order to provide a little bit of comfort.
I understand. So your presentation, your comments are more in the nature of interest and concern rather than necessarily opposition. Okay, we understand. We understand. Any questions for the speaker panel? No, there aren't. Thank you then. We'll move on to another speaker who is registered to speak.
Hi there, it's Andres Kiriju. I'm 188 Garden, so I'm the direct neighbor to the east. I share similar concerns and questions with my neighbor who was previously on, specifically about light. I mean, this is a beast of a house. It's great that they're moving into the neighborhood, and we're looking forward to being neighbors. The only question is it's so much bigger than anything in the area, and by extending it by almost 10 meters, that cuts our light down to very little, considering there's two trees that are staying as part of their tree planting, which have been not very well maintained trees over the years from the previous owner. So our biggest concerns are about privacy, light, and I also share being the neighbor with the garage. The garage is near collapse. There's a giant, 3 or 4 foot hole in the ceiling, and it's not in a good place. So I was curious about whether or not they're going to upgrade or change that, because that might mitigate some of the critters that are in the neighborhood, and they seem to be living in that garage. But again, our biggest question is more about light and just have they thought about it, because it is a very, very big addition and a very big change to the sort of floor plan, and how much it'll block pretty much all of our light into our backyard.
Very good. Questions here, panel? Let me just ask you, Andres, is the sunlight comes from the south. In what relationship to the subject property is your property being? I know you're right next door, but are you to the north, the south, or the east, or the west of the subject property?
We are directly east.
You're directly east. Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the applicant or the agent who'll have an opportunity here to address these issues.
Well, the building height, actually, we're not applying for a variance for the building height. So that, I don't really know how to really address that, other than
the person at questioning we referred, I've heard, to length.
There's been a few. The first lady did mention the height in the sun study. So there hadn't been any shadow study or light study because we weren't applying for any height variance. The length is extended to 7.74 meters, and the allowable length is 17 meters, and I believe that we're going for 18 pardon me, we're going very
1871.
1871. So I would say that asking for a meter 0.7 is would be a minor variance. It fit into the design that my client was looking for. I feel that that's appropriate in most neighborhoods. And the garage is, we didn't put that in as whether it was going to be demolished or not, because that would just be in the building permit stage. But yes, the garage will be dealt with. It'll be likely demolished once the construction starts.
Thank you very much. Panel questions? Mr. Byatt.
Yeah, I do have a question for the applicant, and I am concerned about variance number 2. You're asking for a reduction in rear, pardon me, the soft landscaping in the rear yard from 50% required to 39%. I suspect that's related to the fact that you've also requesting a length variance for the house, and then you've got the what looks like a reasonably large deck.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was on. Yeah. The deck. Partly the loss of the landscaping isn't so much the deck. It's that we're applying for a second suite in the basement, and we really wanted to, especially because it's facing on the northwest side of the house. We really want to work on creating as much natural light into that unit. So the back portion is it's a massive window well that takes up quite a bit of space in that situation. I did send in the previous decisions that show many decisions in that vicinity that are far less rear yard soft landscaping. And then another issue to look at too is the way that this is a corner lot, and the way that the alley curves around in the back. If you look at the site plan, you can see that there's quite a loss of sort of the dimension, a rectangular dimension of the yard from that curving of the drive aisle of the lane. So, I think there's a few factors here. I don't think the deck I wouldn't really consider. I don't think of the deck as being oversized. The garage will be dealt with. I believe that they want to rebuild the garage. Likely they want to build it to the same size, so that's not going to change much. But I would say that natural light, that window well, is definitely something that we feel is really
okay. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this: the 39% that is in your variance, is that then the existing soft landscaping percentage in the backyard?
That will be the proposed soft landscaping, because it would have been larger before we did the addition, for sure. We would not. Yeah.
Okay. So in answer to my colleague's question, part of the reason for the deficiency of 11% is that you have, by 1.7 meters, you are extending the length of the house, and that has gobbled up some of the soft landscaping.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The committee is taking a very, very sharp focus on soft landscaping, and soft landscaping is embedded in the bylaws for a very good reason, and this is concern about the necessity for each property to do its own share of storm management for the storm water that that falls upon it, and also with biodiversity in mind. So it's a very serious issue, and it's the cumulative effect of all these small decisions. I'm going away from soft landscaping toward impermeable backyard surfaces or yard surfaces that is of concern here. The trend is going in the wrong direction. Okay. Any other questions, panel? Not hearing any, so in that case, we can take the application into committee, moving toward a motion, and unless there are comments in advance.
If I may just make a comment, Mr. Chair, before we entertain a motion. I do have difficulty always with reduction in soft landscaping, and you commented really well on it. That's a substantial change in soft landscaping, and while the depth of the house is one, the proposed depth of the house is one thing, that deck does definitely take up a lot of space that otherwise could be utilized for soft landscaping. So I'm not too comfortable with variance number 2. I have difficulty accepting that one.
Well, I agree with you, and we could, as a committee simply refuse it. The applicant has a couple of ways of getting around that. He could reduce the size of the deck or tear down the garage, which apparently needs to be torn down, and replace it with a smaller garage that would get it back. So we have the option to simply refuse that, or we could decrease it to like 45 or something. But any other thoughts? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I can add my comment. Actually, in terms of what they're asking for, it seems that to be quite reasonable, except that I think the impact, because the orientation of this property, if you look at just the Google map, even in the early afternoon, the sun is coming from the southeast and then southwest. It's actually casting quite a bit of shadow. And I thought that the extra depth they're asking for is 1.7 meter, which is like about 8 feet. I think that it will, and it's a 3-story. And then I think it does create a negative impact on the property right next to it on the east side. I do understand the impact here because they can get an option. They can.
Okay, Ms. Chen,
and step back the second or the third floor a bit. Yeah. So I like to listen to hear what Peter will say or you will say. Yeah. I am just still thinking whether I can support it because I think that it has an impact on the next door neighbor.
Yes, thank you. Peter, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I agree. I think there is an impact, but we're talking about, and for me, the impact is the depth that comes from it. I think I agree, Yim, I would have liked to have seen a step back on the 3rd floor towards the rear, but at least there is a slight slope in the roof and some dormers, which I think opens up the sky a little bit. But I think I'm of the opinion that 1.7 meters is a minor variance over what's permitted. Even if this was built just to the currently permitted depth, I think that still would have a negative impact on the neighbors. So I think that the 1.7 is minor, and so I will support this application.
From my point of view, there is impact by that length, and so of course building as of right is exactly that, to go to 17. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to permit additional length when we are acknowledging that impact is created. So if we were to refuse the length, that would also, I think we've determined, that would also improve the soft landscaping question we had. So in my view, the question would be whether we refuse the application outright or whether we simply refuse the additional length. Any thoughts on that?
Can we just vote for it, or someone put call for motion?
Mr. Back,
I'll give it a shot, Mr. Chair, if I may. I think both the points with regard to length, with regard to the length, I think will certainly address the issue of variance number 2 as well. So I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application as is.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Chan. So it is moved and seconded to refuse. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed. Let the record show that Mr. Reed was in dissent, but with that vote, the motion is carried and the application is thereby refused. And the panel moves on to number 25. (202) Palmerston Avenue. On this application, the panel has before it submitted materials plus revised site plan January 11 and February 6. There's a cover letter from the planning consultant February 1, correspondence from transportation, correspondence from city planning, and there is support correspondence in the form of 5 form letters signed by owners and occupants at 232 Palmerston, 279 Euclid, and 195 and 204 Palmerston. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Jean Galbraith, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application.
Good afternoon to you. Moderator, do we have someone standing by? We do. Okay, Mr. Galbraith, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Please go ahead.
If I'm correct, I believe the person who's standing by is the neighbor and he doesn't have concerns, just wanted to follow the proceedings. I'm happy to give a presentation though.
Excuse me. Just stand by for a moment and let me speak to that person. Let's have that. Let's have Tony come on with us, please. Good afternoon.
Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tony.
Yes. Sorry, the slight delay in the button there.
Okay. Okay, Tony. I meant just checking with you whether your interest here is one of opposition or whether you're simply interested in following the proceedings and not necessarily speaking.
That's correct. I was just observing. There any concerns we had at the beginning were with regard to the foundation stability, the venting, and the water evacuation. And we met with the neighbor in mid-January, and they alleviated our concerns there. And basically, we're working together to make sure that the best solutions are found for both sides. So I have no opposition to it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm glad we clarified that. Let's go back then to Mr. Galbraith.
Thank you.
Okay, panel members, now up to you. Would you like Mr. Galbraith to make a presentation on this application, or do you have questions to put to him directly? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
I do have questions, and again, it relates to variances number 9 and 10. Number 9 is looking at the rear yard soft landscaping, requesting a reduction from 50% to 38.5. and front yard 75 to 38. Now, my guess is, and the agent could certainly clarify, that number 10 is related likely to an existing circumstance. If that, but the number 9, I wonder if you could address that, please.
So the list of variances here is not the correct list. There was a revised public notice that was mailed out. And so some of those variances were eliminated, but specifically pertaining to the soft landscaping one, that was retained. So we do need a rear yard soft landscaping variance, but it was the variance or the amount of soft landscaping we have increased to 44.3%.
Mr.
Galbraith? So it's sorry, yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but I just realized we have a job to do here that,
yeah.
That you're beginning right now, but we need to do it methodically, starting with going back to the list. Then we need to amend the list that the panel is dealing with, because
sure.
If that has been amended, then we need to be coming up with a decision that respects what the new list reads like. So if you wouldn't mind going through and telling us just simply which, you don't have to explain the reasons, just tell us which number variances are still in and which ones are changed, and if so, how they change.
Okay, give me a sec here. On the AIC, there was a revised public notice posted. So there, I think it would be in your documentation. But I can do it on the fly here if you wish, no problem.
Apparently we don't have it. No, that's our issue.
Okay.
How different from what we have is it? Is it dramatically different or minor?
There were 11 variances originally, and it's only 7 now.
So is it a matter primarily then of deleting 4 variances?
Yes, and adjusting one of them.
Let's do that. Let's do it then. So let's go through them and amend the application.
Okay. I've got them both open on my screen here. So, and they're unfortunately in different order. So your variance 1. So your variance 1 is new variance 4. So that is the sidewall height.
Yes.
The permitted sidewall height is now 8.5. The proposed sidewall height is still 10, but we're permitted an extra meter height, if that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Okay. Number 2 on the screen is unchanged. That's new variance 5. The variance 3, the FSI, is unchanged. Side yard setback is unchanged. The parking variance is eliminated.
Could you refer to that by number, please?
Yes, sir. That would be number 5.
5 is struck.
Yes. Originally, the garage was proposed to be replaced, and the garage is now retained. So there's a few variances pertaining to that no longer needed replacement garage.
Carry on.
Number 6 is retained. Number 7 is retained. Number 8 is deleted.
8 is deleted. Thank you.
Correct. Number 9 is modified to be less of a variance. And the new number is 44.3% or 46.41 meters squared.
That's good. So soft landscaping improves. We'll just make sure that staff have that. We do have it.
And of course, we're happy to use permeable pavers as possible. The front yard soft landscaping variance number 10 is eliminated.
Good, thank you.
And number 11 is eliminated.
Thank you.
So if you would like, I can just do a quick rundown of what we have left, if that would be helpful.
I'm just going to ask I think we have it, actually. I think we have.
You got it?
We have captured the changes, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, panel, we are dealing with an amended application then substantially, and
it's better.
It's better. It's less onerous, and it's much better on soft landscaping.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right then.
And I note that
I'm going to start again and allow you your time to present your application. Then go ahead.
So pretty straightforward. I think the proposed building depth is less than the building depth for either side neighbor. And the third floor has the sort of typical large setback on the third floor to provide for a deck. The existing soft landscaping is around 29%. And so this is a really good increase over the existing condition. And as I noted in the front yard, we're meeting the front yard soft landscaping requirements. In terms of the neighborhood, right across the street, there's a very comparable project in terms of depth and FSI.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question, Ms. Byatt, or Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, isn't this urban forestry staff report requesting you to plant one tree?
Yes, and we've talked with city planning and they've recommended that as a condition and we're happy with that.
Oh, okay. So where is going to be? Where is it going to be?
Tree will go in the backyard. Oop, on that site plan that was just on the screen, it'll be in the backyard.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay then. There we are, panel. Any further questions for the agent? Hearing none, and there being no speakers in opposition, we can take this into committee for a motion. Ms. Chan, go right ahead.
I think with the amendment and also the list some of the variances, I think this is a quite a supported project, and is what they're asking is more minors. So I would move for approval with the urban forestry condition that listed to plant a tree. Yeah.
Okay. Second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. Show of hands, those in favor, please. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Number 26 is 267 Humberside Avenue. Before the committee are the submitted materials, an arborist report from October. There are staff reports from Transportation Services and Urban Forestry. And we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
Daniel Paulin Ferrero, you have been unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Paulin Ferrero from Penthouse Studio, and I'm speaking as agent on behalf of the owner of 267 Humberside Avenue.
You have 5 minutes to present your application. Please go ahead.
I appreciate it. It's actually going to be straightforward as well. There are a couple of items to be addressed, so bear with me. The proposed addition is imperative to the homeowner to accommodate our client Sonam Lama. He's at his elderly age of 83, and he's had various surgeries on both knees. He has a little bit of difficulty going up and downstairs every single day. So the new proposed addition is actually to accommodate a new bedroom on the ground floor of the property. This is to sort of avoid him having to go up and downstairs for his health. We have left this sort of addition to the same extent of their current sunroom. So they currently have a sunroom there. We're actually just extending a little bit to the width of it, but the actual outline of it is going to be pretty similar to what they currently have on the property. There's also another regarding items 1 and 3 regarding the front yard setback in terms of enclosed platform. So the actual platform itself is already enclosed. It's actually been enclosed for a very long time. It's almost to the point where it needs repairs at this moment. What we're proposing there is to actually repair or reinforce. We're planning to add new walls with insulation because it's currently a bit cold. And that's sort of what's providing this front yard setback to be a smaller portion. But if the project was refused, the actual existing porch would be enclosed as it is already. In terms of item 7 for the parking, I know there's on the survey showing a right of way and a garage at the rear yard of the property. However, the actual width of the property between this house and the neighboring house does not really fit or accommodate for cars to sort of maneuver through. They could probably drive in if they're very careful, but it's a very difficult aisle to sort of reverse in and out every single day. The actual owners actually park at the front of the property, even though the property lot line finishes very close to the actual house. The driveway extends a little bit more, so they actually do have space to park at the front of the property. So for that proposal and for that matter, we are proposing to remove the existing garage and apply for a variance to remove the parking requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, we have one speaker standing by, so let's go to that speaker first. And we'll ask that speaker to join us, please, by stating your name.
Maria Teresa O'Brien, you have been unmuted.
Maria Teresa?
Once more. Yeah, she's gone. Call her one more time. Calling right now. Yeah, she was back and forth. So she's not picking up.
Maria Teresa, we're trying to connect with you. You tried it 3 or 4 times. Do we have any other way of connecting with her? There she is joining us again.
So she's in. So she is unmuted.
She's trying.
Is she unmuted? Hello, Maria, can you say something? Hello, Maria? Hello, Maria Teresa O'Brien. You've been unmuted. Please say hello so we can ensure that your device is working. Okay. Mr. Chair, we've made multiple attempts.
We
to
have made multiple
contact.
attempts. We have made multiple attempts here, and we are sorry to fail to connect with Maria Teresa, but we just can't seem to make it happen. So, and we don't have any correspondence in writing from Maria Teresa with respect to her concerns, so we'll have to carry on. Panel members, any questions on your part for the applicant? If there are none, then let's take the application into committee for a motion, or if there are comments in advance, go ahead, but let's go into committee now on this application. Mr. Reed, go ahead. I think you had your hand up first.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a reasonable application, and really not much of a departure from what's existing there. The bulk of the house is kept almost within the existing footprint, and the variances being requested, I think, are minor. So I'm happy to move approval of the application subject to the transportation condition and urban forestry condition number 2.
Very good. That is seconded by Ms. Chan. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 27 is 60 Blackthorn Avenue. Before us we have submitted materials. There are past Committee of Adjustment decisions affecting other properties. There is support in the form of 6 form letters from the occupants or owners of 44, 62, and 79 Blackthorn, 58, 66, and 85 Blackthorn. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
I'm Johnny Serra.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Panel members, would you like to put questions to the agent? I'm not hearing any. Okay, then. Is anyone ready to move to a motion on this application? Ms. Chan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can put this one. I've looked through the material and I find that this is just very reasonable, and I think the variance are minor, and I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Does that have a second? Mr. Reed seconds. Moved and seconded to approve without condition. All in favor? That vote carries the motion. The application is approved. Number 28 is 94 Babby Point Road. On this application, we have before us submitted materials. There's an arborist report. There's a permit for tree injuries. There is a permit to injure or destroy trees, October 2022. There's email correspondence from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection. And there's a staff report from TRCA. Let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee.
Good afternoon to you. Could you state your name, please?
Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, any questions for this agent? Is anyone on the panel ready to move to a motion on this one? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we only have the one motion, the one variance before us, and it is quite minor. And I'd just like to note that these small additions are happening towards the front of the house rather than the ravine side, and I think that's why all the permits are in order, and I think that's why there's no objection to this. These are more aesthetic changes to the house that I think make it function better, and so this is a supportable application. I move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded too by Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded approval. All in favor? Motion carried. Then the application is so approved. Number 29. $750 O'Connor Drive. Here we are looking at the submitted materials, cover letter from the agent, October. We also have a staff report from TRCA. And we'll ask this agent, please. Join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Chair and the committee. My name is Officer Dervish, located at 197 Spadina Avenue. I'm the agent and applicant for the proposal.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel, anyone like a presentation here? Anyone have questions to put to the agent? Not seeing any. So, panel members, is one of you ready to go ahead with a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. I had a question
Go
that
ahead.
I didn't get my hand up in time. Just to the applicant, variant 6, basically. Obviously, this is an abnormal lot that has two houses on it. So, can you just give a bit of backstory about how this lot came to be?
Sure. So from my understanding, when these homes were built in the 40s or 50s, this had been permitted per the previous East York zoning bylaw. So when the kind of enforced bylaw 569/2013 had come into being, these were somewhat of a legal non-conforming use, but they were permitted previously. So that's why we feel that this variance is just a technicality, and we've also had the same expressed from staff in our coordination back and forth.
All right, thanks.
I have a small question too.
Go ahead.
It's number 7, variance 7. Is that an existing circumstance? The top of the setback from the stable top of bank.
The main floor is currently 6 meters. So the addition that's happening above at the second story is just basically identical to that wall delineation. So this is why we had support from TRCA staff as well. So there's no increase based on kind of moving further out from the building envelope in that sense.
So it's more or less the same setback, the existing one, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I just, for my own information, I just want to learn this. If you build into the setback of the stable top of bank, are you subject to some kind of engineering solution, or I just want to know what's the next step in that way?
Well, we're trying to secure our TRCA permit, and one of the items that we need for that is that we're zoning compliant. So TRCA staff is fine with this. We just need to be zoning compliant.
Okay, I think, thank you. Yeah. Oh, I see, right.
No problem.
Okay. Panel member, any members, anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Reed, please.
Thanks. I'm happy to bring a motion. This is it's an odd site, and the changes that are proposed to it, because of the size of the site and because of the relationship of these buildings being hidden from the street, are very minor, I find, and I can see no material impact by allowing them. So I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconded, Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? And the vote is unanimous. Motion carried. Application approved. Number 30, 157 Hallam Street. We have the original material submitted, plus revised plans, revised zoning notice, photograph of the property, cover letter from the agent, one in February, and a letter to the neighbors from the applicant, 26 January. There was comment from City Planning and Urban Forestry. And there is support from 155 Hallam, would appear to be next door. There's opposition correspondence from a solicitor on behalf of 209 and 211 Westmoreland. Okay. So let's have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Evan Saskin. I'm an architect, home builder, and agent for the application.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes now to present your application to the panel. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. I filed a document of planning rationale, and I won't repeat all of it here. I just wanted to emphasize that this is a dense urban neighborhood with a rich mix of residential building types, generally 2 to 3 stories, and a mix of single family homes, both attached and semi-detached, and many small multi-unit residential buildings. Lot widths typically vary from 15 to 25 feet wide, and this lot is irregularly wide at just over 32 feet, about double the average. And at the rear, there's an existing robust laneway structure that sits at the termination of the rear lane, looking down the length of it. Outside of those 2 irregularities, it's a pretty average Toronto neighborhood lot. I believe there are other speakers today, so I think I'm not going to go through every single variance individually and collectively, but maybe I could talk more holistically about the laneway suite and separately about the main building. I'm not going to dwell too much on the main building either. The current building is constructed to a depth of 17 meters with a massive front yard setback of 6.0 meters. The proposed depth of 21.9 meters, which sounds like a very big number, I agree, pretty much just moves the front wall into alignment with all of the neighboring houses on Hallam, which are already all aligned with each other. There's also a side yard setback variance, and again, that's only invoked by that additional new 4 meters of house that we're adding to the front, building that to align with the neighboring front walls, which themselves are also all constructed with 0 side yard setbacks along Hallam. City staff has had ample opportunity to review the plans and has asked for multiple changes to the laneway suite, but has had no objections to the main building. My attached neighbor, Marcello Appa at 155 Hallam Street, has asked for changes to the roof line in order to allow more light into his yard and windows, and those changes are reflected in the plans you have today. So these variances really have been scrutinized, potential impacts have been mitigated, and the main building represents a desirable development. And desirable in a pretty extreme way, actually. We, like me, you members of the committee, are all pretty conversant in planning conventions. So the concept of missing middle housing has been front of mind to us for many years, rather than the ecological impacts of sprawl. I'll skip over that part. The housing units proposed here, 3 units, each of them with 3 bedrooms and great access and thoughtfully designed spaces constructed to last a long time, should contribute in gentle and meaningful ways to the health of the area's housing stock. And I've been building buildings like this, just one of them at a time in the area for over a decade now. And they've all settled into and reinforced the surrounding fabric. In 2020, for example, this committee awarded an identical suite of variances on a nearly identical site around the corner at 786 Ossington Street. So that's all I'll have to say about the main building at this time and its compliance with bylaws, the OP, minorness, and appropriateness. The laneway suite, in its initial submission, had a rooftop deck, and just the laneway suite alone required 9 variances. I've removed that roof deck at the request of the 2 neighbors on Westmoreland, as well as planning staff's request, and there are now just 4 variances for the laneway suite. 3 of those, the rear setback, the width, and the depth of it, stem from an important ecological concern, which is also the reason I'm not too worried about the neighbor's tree. There's an existing, well-constructed and well-maintained garage that's on my 1992 survey, so it's at least 30 years old. The laneway suite proposes to sit on top of that garage, so there would be no excavation or demolition around that tree. The reuse of existing structures, we all understand, is an important contributor to lessening carbon footprints of construction.
Shall I ask you for your, excuse me, I'll ask you for your final comments now, please.
Fair enough. My final comment's going to be, in listening to the committee up to this point, I would be prepared to impose an additional condition that the rooftop of the laneway suite be a green roof to mitigate any impacts of the laneway, of the landscaping deficiency. And at this point, I think I should just listen to what the neighbors have to say and respond to that.
Very good, and thank you for that. Now, we're going to hear the neighbors, be sure, in just a moment or two. I realize that right now, though, that your application has been substantially amended. So, just for your information, the panel is still dealing with the original 12 minor variance notice. So we have to go through that. I think I know which ones are coming out, but I want to hear it from you because you're the applicant. So,
of course. Do you have in front of you a waiver that I submitted? I have the date for it. There was a waiver submitted on the 25th of January.
Well, it's not, it's from, I have one from January 31.
Is it a zoning review or a waiver?
No, couldn't you just tell us?
Of course, sure.
If you can just tell us, I mean, I can tell you the list that I have as to which MVs need to be removed, and you could tell me whether that fits your reading of it.
If that's how you'd like to do it, that's fine, or I could just read out the 7 variances that I'd like to see.
I'd prefer to do that, actually. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one, do you want the chapter and verse for it also?
I need you to refer to the 12 variances that the panel is dealing with by those numbers and tell us whether they stand or get eliminated.
Okay. Sorry, I have that here. It's just going to take me 1 second to get the document that you guys have in front of you. The original zoning notice from October 21st. Sure. Okay, So I see variance 1 on yours is a minimum of 85% of the area between the rear main wall of the residential building and the front main wall of the ancillary building. That one?
No. No, that's not
Oh,
us.
great.
Our number 1, maybe we better do it my way then.
I'm sorry, let's please do it your way.
Okay, so I'm showing that we eliminate our variance number 5, which relates to the area of a platform.
That's eliminated.
Variance number 6, which relates to the rooftop terrace.
That's eliminated.
Variance number 8, ancillary building containing a laneway suite, have a height of 6.81.
That's eliminated.
Number 11, rooftop terrace will be located on top of the ancillary building containing a laneway suite.
That's eliminated.
And finally, I show number 12 coming off also. The rooftop terrace will be located 6.2 meters above ground.
That's eliminated.
Okay. So those 6 of the 12 are eliminated, and we're left with the other 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Based on the purpose of the application, then do we have to remove rooftop terrace?
The rooftop terrace is in the purpose of our notice, and I think it needs to come out. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Can the agent just speak to that, Evan? So where it reads also to construct a 2-story ancillary building, 2-car garage, and 1-laneway suite with a rooftop terrace. I'm suggesting with a rooftop terrace would be removed.
I agree with that suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay. Panel members, we therefore have an amended application now substantially. And I think that permits us to go along to hear the registered speakers who are standing by.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Okay, could you state your name, please?
My name's Megan Barrett. I'm a lawyer at Airden Burles, and the address is 181 Bay Street.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address the panel.
Thank you, sir. I represent the owners of 209 and 211 Westmoreland Avenue, and I filed a letter with the committee dated February 1st. See, it's coming up on the screen. That's great. Thank you. So if you could turn to page 2 of that letter, please. I just want to situate where my client's property is in relation to the site of the variances. So my client's rear lot lines directly abut the applicant's west side yard and would directly abut the proposed laneway suite. And so on page 2 of that letter, you can see there are some photos. Great. So the first photo there shows a view from 211's backyard onto the existing garage at 157 Hallam, and you can see there part of 209, including the tree in the garage on that property. So on behalf of my clients, I'm here today to ask that the committee refuse the variances being requested, or alternatively defer consideration of this application until the proper background study, and by that I mean an arborist's report and a satisfactory tree protection plan has been completed in support of the application. So taken together and on their own in my submission, these variances do not meet the 4 test. And as you know, it is the applicant's onus to establish that they have, and that's not been done here. So my clients have concerns about the proposed development as a whole, and their concerns are detailed in my letter of February 1st. There are key concerns related to the triplex relate to FSI, building depth, and the soft landscape variance that flows from that increased depth. What's proposed, quite simply, is an overdevelopment of the lot. It's not appropriate. It doesn't meet the 4 tests. With respect to the laneway suite, because of the rear yard to side yard condition, my clients will be directly adversely impacted by the laneway suite. And if you could actually just stay on page 2, please, of my letter, that would be helpful. Thank you. This proposed building is 6 meters high and 7 meters wide and will be a large blank wall spanning the width of their rear yards, blocking their view of the sky and impacting light in their backyards. When there is a side to rear condition like here, it's not appropriate to grant relief from the built form requirements for laneway suites. We all went through that process and saw what a trade-off it was to come to the regulations to permit laneway suites. It's a balance. In this case, the 1 meter rear yard setback, the angular plane, and the building width can all make a difference when it comes to massing. Finally, I'd like to talk about the tree on my client's property at 209 Westmoreland. This is a mature tree. It's located about a foot from the location of the proposed laneway suite, and there's no evidence that this tree was considered by the applicant in the design of the laneway suite, and it wasn't identified in the tree declaration form filed with the original application. The location of the tree appears to have been misidentified on the survey that formed the basis of the plans that were submitted with the application. And perhaps because of this omission or this misidentification, no arborist report was filed with the application, and it's unclear whether an arborist was consulted during the design process. This is a problem because, as you can see in these photos on page 2 and also in the photo on page 3, the root system of this tree. Sorry, could you turn to page 3, please? Thank you. Oh, it didn't show up. Okay, well, on page 2, the root system of this tree clearly will be significantly impacted by any construction to the existing garage. And frankly, it's hard to fathom how a building that is 6 meters in height could possibly be constructed without having to cut down all or most of the branches of that tree. You can see on my left-hand side of the screen, bottom left-hand picture, where those branches are hanging over that existing garage. It's hard to imagine how that tree is going to survive, and we don't know that because the study hasn't been done. We don't have a report from an arborist, and we don't have a plan in terms of how to protect that tree. And in my submission, this is not a matter that can just be deferred to a future tree permit process. It goes to the heart of whether what's proposed on the site is a desirable or appropriate use of the land, which is, of course, part 4 of the test under Section 45 of the Planning Act. And in my submission, it's not. In the absence of any evidence to the contrary, that part of the test has not been met, and that, of course, is the applicant's onus to bear. So it's for all of these reasons that my clients ask that you please refuse the requested variances today. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we shall proceed to the next registered speaker.
Oh, hi. Megan was our representative, so I think she's spoken on behalf of me. I'm an owner of 209 Westmoreland.
Okay, very good. So could you state your name, please?
Sure, it's Ryan. Last name is Lever.
Okay. Okay, very, very good then. Moderator, so we'll go now to Marcello Appa.
Appa, I'm at 155 Hallam Street.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, you have these 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Tell us about the impact.
I don't really have any concerns. I met with Evan multiple occasions. We sort of spoke things over, and he agreed to to make some changes to the plan to better suit my property. And
Just a second, could you tell us where your property is in respect to the subject property?
just east,
Next door?
next door.
Next door, okay. And you spoke to the owner or the agent?
Evan, owner agent,
Go ahead.
I believe.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we spoke multiple occasions. He came over and we basically addressed some of my concerns about the construction techniques as well as the property that was being built. And after he made some changes, I was in agreement of what he was doing.
So your status then now on this, or your stance now, is that you are in support?
Yes, I sent a letter of support as well.
Okay. Panel members, any questions here? No. Thank you very much then. Appreciate it. Okay, then we can go back to the applicant now, who can address the issues and concerns raised by the representative for 209 Westmoreland.
Sure. Actually, but just for a moment to speak to my other neighbor's concerns, there are concessions I made to the neighbor at 155, which are drawn in the building elevations before the committee, that are not strictly zoning related. And if the committee felt the need to tie the variances to those elevations, I think it would give that neighbor some comfort that our agreement was sort of supported strongly by this committee. Having said that, I heard Ms. Barrett from Erd Burles's concerns about the variances broadly and the tree specifically. For the variances themselves, I don't think there are any variances for the laneway suite's height or other built form variances like width that would be related to the daylight reaching the backyard. We've, with the elimination of the rooftop deck, brought that all into as of right compliance, with one exception. We do stick out of the angular plane by 14 inches, and I go into the mechanics of that in my planning rationale. If the committee felt the need to award the other variances with the exception of that one, it would introduce some building science complexity, but we could accommodate that if that kind of daylighting was of concern.
Could you on that refer
Sure.
to the variance you're referring to now, of the ones that are left, is which number on our?
Oh gosh, it's somewhere around 7, 8, or 9. It's the angular plane.
It's number 9.
Number 9. Okay.
Go ahead. I understand that these neighbors on Westmoreland are primarily concerned about the tree in their backyard, so I'll primarily speak to that. I've been building houses since 2010, and I've never killed a tree, maybe the odd hedge, but never a tree. We're not about to start now. I have a survey from 2022 and another from 1992 that both show a tree in the same location, which these neighbors dispute. I'm not a surveyor. I don't think the survey is wrong, but I recognize more importantly that it actually doesn't matter, because the tree is within enough of a setback from the laneway structure that forestry has emphasized their consent is required prior to permit issuance. And of course, we welcome that condition, which would only be able to be satisfied with an arborist's report. Of equal importance, and I've told this to these neighbors, and I don't think they appreciate the significance of it, but I think this committee will. The proposed laneway suite is to sit entirely on top of the existing garage structure. I'm very amenable to the committee tying the variances to that requirement. There will be no below-grade demolition, excavation, alteration of finished grade, storage of materials, etc., within the prescribed radius of the tree. We are just going to bear on the same footings that have been there since at least 1992, coexisting peacefully with the roots of this tree. And again, I'm not an arborist, but I don't think there will be any negative impacts at that point. In consultation with an arborist, we may be required to make changes to the shape or size of the laneway suite. Perhaps the western wall would have to slope above a certain height or step in a way to avoid damaging the tree. But I can't see any way in which this would alter the variances. The building would not become taller or deeper or wider. There would be no GFA calculation for a laneway suite anyway. So I'd ask the committee here to award these variances with the forestry condition, and if you wish, with the additional condition that the laneway suite be constructed on top of the existing garage structure. Would you like me to address their concerns about depth and density as well?
You still have a minute to go. I think you should, please.
All right. I appreciate that to normal citizens, some of these numbers look large. An as of right 0.6 FSI versus a requested one of 1.27. That sounds like a lot. But we should give real credence to the city's own community planning staff who have reviewed these plans in detail and raised a number of objections, but never to those variances. They're very reasonable numbers given the size of the site and the additional housing stock provided. Understanding all that, I think it's also a little rich that these people are objecting to variances that they themselves enjoy. Just working right now off of the city's zoning map in Google Street View, I see that their houses are 3 stories tall, 17 meters deep, constructed to 0 side yard setbacks, and they probably enjoy FSIs well above the 1 times lot coverage as well. And that's fine. Like, the purpose of the zoning bylaw isn't to shake down your neighbors when they step outside of it. I appreciate that single family homeowners have frequent concerns about multi-unit buildings. Sure, single-family homeowners frequently have concerns about multi-unit buildings, such as parking, noise, and garbage storage. But the fact remains that this site, in one of the densest neighborhoods in Canada, has the infrastructure in place to comfortably house 3 or 4 additional families without undue impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel members, questions for the applicant. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, my question is to do with the building depth.
Yes.
You're asking for almost 8 meters more. And I just want to understand the impact. For example, how much it sticks out when compared to the existing building?
Sure.
Yeah, and also
I think it's actually shown on my site plan.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and also, can you justify that extra depth for good planning rationale?
Yes. It's the existing rear wall of the house and the proposed rear wall of the house, and they're both shown, if you can zoom in on my site plan here, are almost in the exact same location. The additional depth is almost entirely added to the front of the house. The existing house has a very deep front yard setback of 6 meters, whereas my 3 neighbors to the east, who are all attached to each other, all have aligned front walls set about 1.5 meters from the front lot line. So the additional depth that I'm building is entirely in the front of the house to match the existing front wall location of the neighboring buildings, which are all in line with each other.
That's great. Yeah, I can understand your diagram more now, your explanation. Yeah, thank you. This is a good.
And then there's one additional meter in there that I'm not even building, but has to do with the manner in which depth is calculated. Depth is, but we could leave that if you understand.
Okay, I think the question is, I understand your question has been answered to the satisfaction of the member. Are there other questions, panel? Hearing none. We can take this application into committee for a motion unless there are comments people would like to make in advance. Anyone? Ms. Chan, please go ahead.
I can start with comment. I think that with all the revision and also the deletion of the roof deck, that I was not going to support that either. And I was a bit concerned about the depth, but then the explanation is very good, and I understand the approach to it. It's not going to extend much further than the existing building now. So with all the deletion and the amendment, and I think the applicant has tried and put a lot of effort to have a plan that to limit the impact in the neighborhood. So I don't know what when I'm ready to put forth a motion, I can list the conditions, but I'm in support of this application for now.
Okay, Mr. Byatt, you were next.
Just again to comment on the fact that the applicant has made lots of changes. I noted them when I was looking at the materials last week. And the fact that the terrace and the rooftop terrace of the garage has been eliminated, or the laneway suite. I think it's also critical that the fact that the laneway suite will be built on an existing structure, not therefore involving any new excavation. I take his point with regard to the fact that forestry hasn't triggered any concerns about the laneway suite somehow impacting the existing tree that has been spoken about. Beyond that, with all the amendments, I think, as Ms. Chen has indicated, this is a supportable application, also given its location in the city.
Thank you. Mr. Reed. Okay.
I have nothing further to add. Thanks.
Okay. And I too feel that it's supportable now. I thought we might, in our motion, wish to include things that the applicant actually suggested in coming out of discussions with the neighbor, one of which was to tie an approval, if that's the direction we go, to the elevations and to this idea of building the garage on top of the existing garage foundations. And of course, forestry does apply. Who'd like to go forward with a motion? Ms. Chen, go ahead.
Yeah, I will list the conditions first. I think urban forestry condition 2, and also is subject to the laneway street is utilize the existing footprint of the garage. And also, I think the applicant offered to build a green roof on the roof of the laneway street. And these are the 3 conditions. Other than that, the purpose clause has been revised, and also the variance has been revised, and I think you have all that recorded. And I move for approval with all the conditions and amendments. Oh,
and tied to elevations.
Oh, tied to the elevations, yeah, and the site plan. Is it revised site plan?
I believe so. Thank you. I'd second that, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries. The amended application is thereby approved. Panel moves along to number 31, 44 Doris. On this application, we're looking at the materials submitted. There are 3 aerial photographs, cover letter from the agent, February 1, chart of comparable approvals from the agent. There is comment from City Planning, Transportation Services, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Correspondence received is all in support and originates from 42 Doris, 36 Doris, and 46 Doris. So let's have the applicant join us.
Hello.
Hello. State your name,
Hello.
please.
My name is Mehta Tavakolian, Radix Architects. I'm the agent for 44 Doris Drive.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, do you have questions at all for the agent? Can you tell us, I wanted to ask you, the parking pad, just if you could give us some give me some
Absolutely.
quick background on why the parking pad is essential.
You're referring to various number 7. We communicated with the planning and also with transportation, and their both emailed correspondence is attached to our application. They didn't object it. They wanted to make sure that our parking pad entirely sits inside their property line, and it's not going outside of the property line to the boulevard. To just be on the safe side, we communicate that concern with our neighbor to the south, and in their letter of no objection, they mentioned that they don't have any issue with us parking on the parking pad entirely on our property.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, panel? Not hearing any. In that case, we can take the application into...
Through you,
Yes,
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, we do have someone here to speak.
We do.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We do have, yes, we do. Okay. Let's go to that speaker then.
Chair and committee.
Good
Can you hear me?
afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. You're with the committee now. State your name, please.
My name is Andy Margaritas, and I live at 42 Doris Drive. I'm the immediately abutting neighbor to the south.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the presentation from agent to my neighbors to the north. And he is bang on. Thankfully, these folks were kind enough to meet with us before they filed an application. And once filing the application, they met with us a second time to kind of massage some of the items that were lingering concerns of ours. And as a result of that, I did file a letter generally in support of the application, particularly in support of the parking pad variance, which will maintain a historic condition in our neighborhood, specifically on this property. And so my position is that this is a supportable and positive application that we do look forward to being built next to us. But the one thing that was addressed to our complete satisfaction as part of the revisions that were prepared were first tying the plans or revised plans to the south elevation. So the concern that we had that were adequately or addressed were in relation to window placement. Can you still hear me?
We hear you just fine, yes.
Yeah, sorry, because my earphones seem to have died.
Yep,
but nevertheless, we'd asked that the application be tied to the south elevation, which I understand really strictly for window placement purposes, because the location of the windows as revised will secure or ensure privacy on my end is maintained.
Staff, could we put up that south elevation, please? I want to make sure we're talking about the same south elevation, because you said there have been discussions about windows, and you made reference to a revision. So let's just make sure.
It's sorry to interrupt. It's attached to the letter of support that they submitted to the city.
Okay, well, okay. So is this the correct south elevation that you're both?
This is the original submission. We met with them and we provided the sketch of the new one. If you please, number at this one. It's submitted January 31st.
On January 31st, you submitted a revised south elevation?
So this one is from 46. There is another letter of support. Yes, this one.
The one we just passed?
Yes, if you kindly
Go back. Go you other direction, please. I think you just passed it.
Yes, yeah. If you go up, please, you can see the architectural sheets. So we changed those two windows.
Ah, here's the modified windows. Okay. So this is the elevation. Thank you very much, applicant. I'll go back now to speaking with the registered speaker.
That's correct. So those are the modified windows that we thankfully achieved with our neighbors. And I believe there's one more modified window on the, I want to say the west elevation, maybe. Yep.
Okay. So these are that's drawing A13, and the other one was drawing A15. And are those dated? Can you read, staff? Are those dated? If we're going to make reference to them, I'd like to make sure we have the right drawings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could probably use the date of January 29th, 2023. That's what's shown in the red.
Very good. Okay. Very good. Okay, I think we've got that done with then. All right then.
Mr. Chair, I think there was an additional revision made for the neighbors to the south. That if you scroll down, I think there was revised drawings that the applicants had actually filed. So maybe the applicant might want to speak to that as well.
Let's see if we can find another drawing with a red mark. Do we show any further drawings, staff?
If you
here's one. Here's a new one. Okay. Oh, that's.
You need to scroll down, Mr. Chair.
Okay, scroll down, please. Yeah, we're scrolling down, looking for another. We've seen that one. That's 13. We've seen this is 15, I think.
Keep going.
Okay, what's that? Oh, we're back to 13. Huh.
A little further. Oh no, keep going down. Yep.
Yes, this is the one. So I prepared this drawing to communicate with our north neighbor, number 46, and clarify our intention regarding the length of the building. In the letter from the city, it mentioned we are asking for 18.2 meter. In fact, we are asking for 17.69 meter. The other part that we communicated and worked with our neighbor to accommodate their needs was they had concern about item number.
Hello, applicant. This is not your opportunity to speak right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, we're actually talking to the neighbor. We're talking to the neighbor who has the floor at the moment. So, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm done. My concerns were solely related to the elevation. I just was highlighting the other items that were revised for the other neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Let's go back.
To be clear, we fully support this.
Understood. Okay, thank you. All right then. Applicant, this is your chance if you have any further comments you want to make. Well, actually, there's no rebuttal required there because that speaker was in support. So I think at this stage we can take the application into committee for a motion, and if there's comments. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, do we need to revise variance number 3? He mentioned that he reduced the length from 18.2 to 17.69 just now, right?
Sounds like we do. So let's go back to the applicant. We're going to go back now. 3? We're going back to the applicant. We're going to leave committee for a moment. Applicant.
Yes. Hello.
One of my colleagues has raised the question about variance number 3 as it reads on our notice. Is that length correct at 18.2, or did you say it had reduced?
So our submission was for 17.69. I assume there was a double calculation because of the small balcony on the front, and that extended the length to 18.2 meter. So our submission is for 17.69.
Okay, my question to you is simply this. Are you authorizing us then to reduce variance number 3 to 17.69?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do that. Let's revise number 3 variance to 17.69. Thank you, Ms. Chan. That's important. Okay, panel. Very good. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready to support this application because I think the applicant have make a lot of effort to work something out with their neighbors and are willing to reduce some of the variances. And I think what they are asking for the FSI and the setback and all are quite reasonable. So I will support it with the amended application and also tied to the revised south and west elevations and also the site plan. Well, the revised site plan showing the length.
Okay, good. I think forestry applies too.
So if I may,
Forestry condition 2, yes.
and the transport condition?
Transportation condition with the front yard parking, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Byas?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve the amended application. I think we've got it all. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Thank you. That vote is unanimous. That carries the motion, and the application is so approved. At this stage, we've been into this agenda now for about 2 hours, so I'm going to have a 10-minute recess and panel to resume at 4:10 p.m. Thank you. We resume, and we resume on item number 32, 274 Carlton Street. On this application, panel has before it submitted materials, 7 photographs of trees, cover letters from the agent, November 8 and January 17. A number of past Committee of Adjustment decisions affecting properties in the general area. A 2017 Committee of Adjustment decision affecting the subject property. And there are 3 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants of 276 and 278 Carlton, also 9 Metcalf. So we'll ask the agent for this application to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 274 Carlton Street. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
Good afternoon. Okay, panel members, let's go forward on this one. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Yeah, judging by the photographs and the variance request of going from 50% down to 26%, do the photographs currently accurately reflect the existing condition? So the soft landscaping that we see, the lawn and the planters on the side, that equals 26%?
That equals 26%, yes. It's the length of the property that gives us the amount of space to work with, but everything you see in those pictures was built as of last fall, so it's completely current.
So if I may just extend that question, last fall, there was no consideration in terms of are we exceeding or not exceeding the required soft landscaping?
Sorry, to better answer it. So really, and that photo that's up right now is the best one to look at. The conversation comes back to the deck that's in the foreground there. Originally, this was a non-conforming, non-compliant rear yard. A lot of the green space that you see, aside from the existing planters, was actually concrete slab. So we had to deal with the backyard because a lot of the existing boxwood through the middle had been destroyed by moths, and looked at adding this portion of deck. We felt that offsetting this by utilizing the green roof would enable us to be compliant with the 50% requirement. There's a certain amount of ambiguity with how the green roof is looked at in a zoning scenario. So at the time, it wasn't clear that the green roof did not get considered in soft landscaping. So we were under the expectation that we were compliant and that our design was appropriate from that point of view, and proceeded accordingly. It was only when it came to light that it wasn't that we obviously went through C of A to make amends. To put it into perspective again, this what you see with these photos is still largely an improvement over what was there to begin with. We ripped up all of the existing concrete and replaced it with the greenery through the middle and that permeable deck. So it was, from a pros cons scenario, we were trying to maintain the space that the clients used in the rear yard while improving the green space, and felt that the green roof was an opportunity to offset the existing loss.
We understand. Yeah. So the work that you did then was done without the benefit of a permit. This basically is then an application to request legalization of what you built without a permit?
Well, no, to be clear, it's not finished. This was a revision to the rear yard permit. And the moment we found that the green roof did not comply, work was stopped. So there are still a number of planters and other deck elements that have to be put in. If you look carefully at the photos provided, there's a number of elements on the deck where you see piping sticking out of the ground. The planters around the garage itself are not completed. It's still quite rough.
Okay.
Because the moment we realized that the green roof was not considered softscaping, we stopped everything to go through the process. So it wasn't our intent to do this without a permit. We have a permit for the rear yard already that we were looking to revise.
Oh, you had a permit, but did the permit permit what I'm looking at in that photograph, or did the permit permit something else?
The permit permitted more grass through the back, and in dealing with that, my clients realized that it wasn't something that
I think now I understand. So now it's making sense. You see, in terms of climate change mitigation, for example, planters and green roofs do not perform it on a one-to-one relationship with good old-fashioned soil, grass, and that's well understood. Okay, other questions for the applicant panel? Ms. Chan, go ahead. Ms. Chan, you are muted.
Sorry. Okay. The first question, a quick one, is the grass a natural grass or artificial?
No, it's natural.
Secondly, when I look at your site plan, it seems that does not reflect in the photograph. Is the garage being built yet, or it's going to be built?
No. So the garage is constructed. It was part of the rear yard permit, and it's been passed through all levels of inspection. It really came back to this being the only issue coming to Committee of Adjustment. What I was also going to say quickly, Mr. Chair, because I recognize the issue with sort of ground level water management and all of that, is you can see in the planters, there's an existing level of dense trees that have grown there that hasn't been disturbed. I mean, I think for the size of this lot, we do a good job of providing green space even at the ground level. And I think that, we don't have opposition from city staff. Obviously, there's no opposition from the neighborhood. And, we're trying to do something that I think, considering the width of the property, which again is something I brought up in my correspondence, we're very, very close to what would be considered a 25% requirement based on the lot width. So, providing 26 for this size of property would seem appropriate.
Point made. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? I think we're ready to take this application then into panel for moving toward a motion. I'd be interested to hear some discussion in advance of that. Anyone have any thoughts? I'll go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I can start with some thoughts. What I mean, the variance seems to be minor. It's just one variance, but on the other hand, it is a new yard. And then I look at the photograph and the site plan. It's actually quite a large backyard. And I thought that it is, with a little bit more effort, it could have just meet the 50%. What a shame, in a way. That's my thought.
And I would say in this case, the applicant talks about did have a permit, but the permit was for a larger amount of soil and grass than what was actually built. So, from my point of view, at only meeting half of the requirement of soft landscaping, and basically in this situation, the applicant is looking to Committee of Adjustment to adjust a permit that he did not choose to follow. So I'm not really comfortable with granting this because it's a very large deficiency.
But having said what I just said, but on the other hand, if they agree to build a green roof on the garage, I think I can support it.
My thought is that, as I was saying, the green roofs do not perform on a one-to-one ratio with soil in terms of all these issues that we're concerned about with soft landscaping. Sorry, Mr. Bott, you wanted to speak.
No, I was just reflecting on both perspectives here. And, your point is quite well taken. There was a permit for greater soft landscaping, and yet the decisions made to exceed it. And I find that very difficult to approve. We've just been talking about other applicants earlier today with same issues. So I find it very difficult to accept that we would be fine with such a deficiency in soft landscaping when it could have been quite different.
Could have been, yeah. Okay. I guess we're at the stage then of someone moving forward with a motion.
Let me test the water and see how it goes. I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application as is.
Is there a second to that motion? There is not. The motion fails. We look to another panel member to come up with another motion, please. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Okay, I will move for approval, subject to the garage roof will be constructed as green roof.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Your voice was a bit. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
The condition is that the garage roof is to be constructed as a green roof.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I would second that, but maybe I think it would be helpful to tie it to the garage roof plan just to make sure we get the extent of the dimensions involved.
Okay, yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, then. We do have a motion, and it has been seconded. In this case, I can see where this is going. I can see that my vote as chair would probably lead to a tie, so I'm going to recuse in this vote. But we do have a vote now to come. It is moved and seconded to approve, subject to the garage roof being a green roof. Those in favor? Show of hands. Those opposed? And let the record show that Mr. Byatt was in dissent. Mr. Mullock recused. The motion is carried, and the application is so approved. And we move on to number 33, 106 Glenwood Crescent. The committee has before it material submitted with the application. There's a tree protection plan dating to November, and there's a permit for tree injury dating to November. There is comment from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and also a staff report from TRCA. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Eliza Alinas from Lumbay Architects, and I'm the agent of the owners of 106 Glenwood at East York.
Good afternoon. All right. Panel members, agent is with us. Any questions for the agent? Don't appear to be any. I'm hearing none. So I look to panel. Is anyone ready with a motion in the panel? Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you, Chair. This is a fairly straightforward one. It's a very minor request. One variance, it's a minor request for height change. And I don't see any other issues with it. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached. Yeah, so I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve.
Is there a second to that? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. Application approved. Number 34, last one in this segment, is 812 Euclid. And on 812 Euclid Avenue, we have the materials submitted with the application. There's a cover letter from the agent, January. There is a previous 2016 Committee of Adjustment decision relating to the property. And there's support correspondence from 814 Euclid, would appear to be next door. So let's have the agent join us, please.
My name is Deborah Mesher. I'm the designer and agent for this application, and I live at 198 Melita Avenue.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, questions here for the agent? I have a question, agent, and that is, I see we have support from one side. How about the other side? I think it would be 810.
Yeah, that's right. No, we don't have any.
Because it's a situation. There are 3 attached houses, not just 2.
That's right. Yeah, this is the center unit of 3 row houses. Yeah, we don't have any written support from 810, but the homeowners did approach the neighbors months and months ago before we even applied to test the waters on the application, and there were no objections at that time. And then we were able to get support from the neighbor to the north for this hearing today.
Thank you. Further questions, Mr. Byatt?
Just looking at the rear deck on the, I believe it's the 3rd floor, the height of this, the side screening, is that, am I correct in saying 1.07 meters?
Let's see. Usually I make it 1.5 for the privacy screen.
I'm looking at north elevation.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see 1.07. Yeah, and so you're concerned about privacy or overlook? Is that...
So if, could we have that at 1.5, please?
Yeah, on either on the north and south sides. Yes,
exactly.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you kindly.
Are there further questions? Hearing none. Is anyone on panel prepared to go ahead with a motion, please? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you do this. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with one stipulation that the 3rd floor terrace, north side and south side screening be raised to 1.5 meters.
Thank you.
Privacy.
That motion is seconded by Ms. Chan. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carried. And that application is approved. And we will simply proceed right through into our next segment, 330 segment, as it's listed. Number 35 is the first item, 13 MOSSOM Road. There's a request to defer on this application, so we'll ask the applicant please to join us.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Just faintly. Can you speak up or adjust your volume?
There we go. Just see here. Hi there. My name is Joelle Craig. I am the agent representing 13 MOSSOM.
Very good. Good afternoon to you. And we'll ask you please to explain the rationale for your request to defer.
So the request to defer came as a result of receiving the notifications or the reports issued by Planning and Transportation on February 1st with their recommendation to refuse this application. So we made great efforts in working with the Toronto Conservation in the planning of the rear yard and making sure that the development in the pool was outside of the stable top of slope, and the front yard parking variance that we are looking for that's sort of being recommended to be refused by planning and transportation, there is ample precedent on both sides of MOSSOM. Every single home on that property, which we provided precedent.
Just a second, if I may interrupt you, please. I don't want to get into the rationale for an eventual approval. I'm asking for just your general quick thoughts about why you would need to defer.
So the reason being is because of these reports, the client wishes to not lose this parking spot. So we have been speaking with the zoning examiner and planning about relocating that front yard parking spot along the side to therefore avoid the front yard parking variance and therefore look at a variance for reduction in parking width by pulling that further in to the property.
Very good. Okay. All right, then fine. Thank you. The panel needs to make a decision first on your, well, that is what we need to do, is decide whether to defer the application or to go forward and hear it today. So thank you, applicant. Any questions, panel, of the applicant? No? Okay. In that case, I'll put it to the panel. Anyone with a motion on this one? Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
I would like to move to defer. I think it's a reason. It's a good reason. I mean, they're working with the community planning and transportation. So I move for deferral. Yeah.
Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. That motion is carried, and the application is thereby deferred. Number 3686, Woodlawn. On this application, submitted materials are before us, plus revised site plan, January 19, revised site plan elements, January 12, cover letter from the agent, Jan 11 and Jan 19, a decision affecting the subject property, and a number of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions involving properties in the area, and there is correspondence from the agent, January 19. We have a staff report from Urban Forestry, February 1st. So let's have the agent join us. State your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Stuart Watson. I'm with Drawing Room Architects, and I'm the agent.
Good afternoon to you.
So one thing...
Just a second, Stuart. No, just a second. I just want to see if the panel has questions for you or would like to hear a presentation. Is there any request for presentation? No. Okay, any questions to put to the agent directly?
I think the agent had made some revisions of the variances.
I beg your pardon, Ms. Chan, I couldn't make out what you said.
I thought the applicant had made some revisions on some of the variances.
Okay, well, if that's the case, let's go back to the applicant and allow him to do that. Applicant, do you have something you want to say to the panel?
Yes, indeed.
Pardon me, go ahead.
Variance, we reduced the width of the garage to enable the east side to align with where an existing garage structure used to be. So it impacts variance 1 and variance 3, and I can give you those new numbers now if you like.
Let's go carefully through this and capture it all to amend the application. Very good, go ahead.
So variance 1, the rear covered porch platform will be located 0.39 meters from the side east lot, not 0.27 as indicated. So it's 0.39.
0.39, thank you.
And variance 3, it's the same. It will be 0.39, not 0.23 as indicated.
Very good.
So it's a slight change, but a material one nevertheless.
Doesn't change the purpose at all, does it?
No.
No, okay. Good. Okay.
And then as you can see, we have neighbor and planner support. And there's much precedent for this and much worse.
Okay then, panel. If there are no further questions, panel, we are dealing now with an amended application, and we can move toward a motion. At this stage, is anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead first.
Maybe to do this one, I don't have any issues with this one. I think it's quite straightforward. Application and the variances I consider minor. With 4 strict condition number 2 and also the amended agenda, I would like to move for approval.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. The application is approved. Number 37, 61 Vermont Avenue. We have before us submitted materials, a photograph of the property, October, and 2 form letters in support, 59 and 63 Vermont. So we shall have the agent join us, please.
Oh, they just unmuted you.
Hello.
Hello.
Tom Phelan.
Hello,
I'm
Tom.
Tom Phelan of Phelan Design, the agent.
Very good.
You
Good
can hear me?
afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee, chair.
All right.
We have to make a presentation here.
I'm going to ask my panel colleagues whether they would like you to do that or not. Panel colleagues, any requests for presentation? No, there isn't one, Tom. Are there any questions for the applicant panel? Yes, there are. Go ahead, Mr.
I do
Byatt.
have a question. I was just looking at, bear with me, I'll tell you which one. It's drawing A.9. It's a side elevation. Proposed 3rd floor side elevation, partial, the west side. Pardon me, it's the screening that you have in the deck. Am I correct in that it's
There's a railing. There's a railing on the deck. There's no screen, I don't think.
Sorry, the railing, 1.07 meters high.
1.07 meters high. It's the railing should be 42 inches. I see a 42-inch dimension there.
Does that have an overlook on neighbors?
Does that have an overlook?
From your terrace?
I don't believe so. And I don't believe the neighbor has a deck or anything up there. So.
Does it overlook their backyard?
No, because the houses are all row houses and they're all about the same length and the same height. So if it's looking at anything, it's looking down into the little narrow passageway between the 2 houses.
Okay, so no privacy issues?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
So, Tom, if I was on that deck and trying to look into my neighbor's backyard, could I? I mean, is it visible, or would I basically?
You may be able to see the back corner of the neighbor's backyard, and the backyards there are basically parking spots. So there's very small backyards all along there. It's all laneway and behind, and most people use their backyards for parking.
Thank you. Any other questions, panel? Hearing none, we can move forward to a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go right ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application, and a lot of these houses have a 3rd-story walkout to a back deck. And this makes sense. I think the variances being requested are minor and their impacts are minor. So I move approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? That vote is unanimous. Motion's carried. The application's approved. Number 38 is 132 Essex. Here, the materials before the panel are those submitted at the time of application. There is a response letter from the agent, Jan 31, and there is opposition correspondence from 948 Shaw Street, Jonah Arnold, received 18 January. So let's have the applicant join us, please. Okay, take your time. Let's do it.
Linda Chu Chang, you have been unmuted.
Your call cannot be transferred. Please try again later. Thank
Very good idea. Okay, panel, we're not able to connect with the applicant, so we'll just set number 38 aside for a few moments and keep on going with the agenda. And we'll return to that. Okay. Number 39 is 1171 Dundas Street West. Here we have submitted materials. There's a photograph of the property. There's a commenting report from application technician, 31 January. And there are staff reports from Transportation Services and City Planning, February the 2nd. And there is correspondence in concern or interest from 1169, would appear to be next door. So, let's have the applicant for number 39 join us, please.
Jonathan Benswelski, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Quite well, thank you. And
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical issues. My apologies.
Your volume is just a touch high, so you know.
Okay, well, I'll try to speak softer, but that's generally difficult for myself. I would like to just start off by saying we did take the comments from city planning as well as transportation, and I did submit a revised site plan as well as a revised list of variances that I would request any approval if to be deemed meritorious, the application be tied to. So if you'd like me to review
Jonathan?
that, I'm happy to. Yes.
When were those materials submitted?
They were submitted yesterday, and they are date stamped as on the AIC.
Just hold for a second then,
Yes.
please. Okay. So that was revised, that was a full set of revised plans?
No, Mr. Chair, it was just a revised site plan because the only issue relates to a rear stair area. It only actually, the request from transportation as well as planning is only for the stair access from the rear. So in terms of a full set of plans,
just a sec, Jonathan. My first concern here is to ensure that we actually have access to that. The revised site plan of yesterday, There it
Correct.
is. Okay. Okay, let's put that up, and that's what we're dealing with then. Panel? There's the revised site plan submitted yesterday. Okay. All right, then, Jonathan, just let me, one more thing. Moderator, do we have one person standing by? Yes. We do. So, Jonathan, you have 5 minutes to address your comments to the panel. Go ahead.
Yes, so as per what I've submitted, I will be revising the application to remove variances number 4, as well as variance number 7. So those will be removed.
4 and 7 to be removed. We have an amended application, and that is noted. Thank you.
Perfect. And additionally, variance number 5, the request will now be 5.1 meters.
Okay, let's do that and make sure we get it right. Variance number 5 changes from 4.01 to 5.
Correct, sir.
I'm sorry, I did the new corrected
From 4.01 to 5.1 meters.
5. Thank you.
Yeah, so the application proposes to expand the existing building to offer additional rental units along Dundas, again, within a transit corridor with ample availability of amenities around it. In terms of the proposal itself, variances, it essentially deals with the FSI. We do not have a height variance. We are well below what is permitted under the zoning bylaw for height. So in terms of, I think, kind of directly addressing the adjacent neighbor, the intent of the provision, which would deal with the 11-meter separation for windows, in my opinion, is not meant to essentially deem a property to be stale and not permit any development. The side windows that the adjacent neighbor is speaking of are directly on the property line, and essentially, I don't want to say encroach, but the lintels would encroach on this subject property. If this were to not be approved, we would essentially be causing a property to be fully stale. And as a planner, I'm not aware of any policy that looks to promote that. Additionally, again, these would be rental units within the downtown core. And I'd really be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions now? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, one question. There are the conditions that the community planning report states that the garbage storage have to be enclosed. How
Yes.
How do you achieve that? How can you achieve that?
That will be done at the rear. So if you
The
look
rear.
at the site plan, yeah, it does have a garbage storage area. That does not count towards gross floor area if it's as long as it's located on the ground floor. So that can be added towards the rear again, as long as it doesn't encroach into those setbacks that we're requesting through the revised application.
No, I thought they were requesting the storage to be in an enclosed structure or something like that.
Absolutely. It will be an enclosed structure to the rear of the building. But to speak to how that would relate to the FSI variance, the actual garbage room is an exemption from FSI. Now, my issue is the designer of the project is actually away in the Philippines. So I had to actually revise that site plan, which showed the elimination in the green color. Now, that will be provided within the building. I just don't have the ability to provide those plans. But that variance we're requesting to be eliminated. So by eliminating that variance, we are essentially looking to comply with that transportation as well as planning recommendation.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, then let's go to the person standing by and have them join us by stating their name.
Cindy Lam, you have been unmuted.
Hello.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Could you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Cindy Lamb, and I'm representing my parents that live at 1169 Dundas Street West, and they are also the owners of the property.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address concerns
Yes,
to the panel.
Perfect, thank you. So we reviewed the site plans that were sent, and our biggest concern is we want to know currently, can you, Jonathan, maybe you can speak to this, the current existing width between the two buildings And once the fourth part of the building, the apartment that you'd like to build, how far is that away from our building, and will that encroach on our windows?
Okay, is that your, this is still your time, Cindy. So anything, we can have, Jonathan can note that question. Are there other things you want to say? This is not a time for discussion back and forth. It's a time for you to make your presentation and express your concerns completely.
Could you please go to the photos that we sent? And we would like to know whether how will that work with our patio space? So from our window, that's the amount of light that we are currently getting right now. So we just want to know, once they've built that apartment on top, there will be absolutely no light coming through. And I guess how close that building might be to us.
Okay.
And the fire escape right there, that's also a concern for us. And while they are building, there's the back alleyway is very, very, it's a small back alleyway. So we don't even know how construction will happen for this. That's it. Those are my concerns.
Thank you very much, panel. I think there's a question for you. Just hang on a second. Go ahead, Yim.
Yes, I actually noticed that, and this is also my question. I think that the extension will cover those windows, unless I just want to know what is the distance between their wall to your windows.
That's a question that I'm proposing to Jonathan.
It seems that from the drawing, it seems that it's 0.
Yeah,
I don't know whether there's a gap.
There is a very minimal gap. And also, my brother Kevin will be speaking as well.
Okay, is he okay? That's okay. But he can speak now. Then.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My sister said my name is Kevin Lamb, and we're submitting our concerns on behalf of my parents, who are the owners and occupants of 1169 Dundas Street West.
Very good.
Our concerns stem from the proposed size of the addition to the subject property and how the addition would impact the enjoyment of my parents' home. I kind of broke it down into 4 main concerns that we have, and the following are: the first one, the current rear laneway is narrow, and accessing the rear garage at 1169 is already a challenge. The proposed reduction in the setback would further worsen the accessibility of the parking garage. Number 2, we understand that the first floor tenant of the subject property is slated to be a restaurant, and moving the garbage storage outside could potentially lead to pest problems in the laneway. We haven't had a chance to review the revised drawings yet, so I'm not sure if that is still a concern or not. Concern number 3, as addressed by my sister, the 4-story addition to the rear of the subject property will completely block out the west-facing bedroom windows of my parents' property, and thus not allowing any natural light into those rooms. I think there might be a stairway that's proposed as well that will further eliminate any privacy that those bedrooms would have. Concern number 4, given the proximity of the 2 properties and the proposed 4-story addition, we're concerned with access to the rear laneway during construction, and also the safety and usability of the balcony at 1169 during construction, because in essence, the 4-story building would completely overlook the balcony. And we're just concerned about debris during construction. Thanks for listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much. Panel, questions for this speaker? Ms. Chan.
Yes, I'm still concerned about the windows. Those windows.
We are too.
They actually the only windows to some of the bedroom, you say?
That's correct.
And then it is very close to the property line. I think according to the current code, you cannot have openings so close to the property line. So it is a big, I don't know how to solve this issue.
Let's put this question, let's go back now to the applicant. The applicant will now have an opportunity to comment on in rebuttal these issues that have been raised. So let's go back now to the applicant, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the construction, everything would be done from the rear, just kind of as a standard construction practice. The garbage storage would be indoors. It is indicated as a restaurant. That would be the intent. That isn't a use that is permitted. I think the big issue here we have is the windows. And through you, Mr. Chair, as Mrs. Chan did mention, those windows are built directly on the property line. And some of the pictures that provided do show the building to the west actually has no windows that are built to the property line. This is the only dwelling that has windows that are built directly adjacent to the property line like that. And again, as Ms. Chen did mention, that is not permitted under the Ontario Building Code unless they are fire rated or with fire shutters. In this instance, they wouldn't be permitted to have fire shutters because they would actually encroach onto my client's property's land. Now, if we do look at the site plan, the adjacent neighbors' additions go all the way almost towards the rear line, to the rear lot line. This addition does not. It is set back, which would permit the rear windows to be maintained. But again, in my opinion, the non-permitted windows along the interior, which would be closest to this property, which again are not permitted under the building code, would not have light. Again, the intent behind the zoning bylaw provision that speaks to that 11-meter separation, in my opinion, is not to create a property as being stale. These are narrow properties in the downtown core that are fairly deep. If we take that 11-meter separation with the 4-meter frontage of the subject property, we would essentially be talking about 3 properties that would not be permitted to be developed. Again, to go back to the site plan, the objector to the east that was speaking on behalf of the parents already has this addition. If this were not to be permitted, we would again be essentially creating a stale property that would not be allowed to have any development. So again, that's my response, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, further questions, panel of the applicant? Applicant, so I kept hearing this question being put to you about the width between the buildings.
It's property line to property line, Mr. Chair. Much like every other building along every main street, they are property line to property line, as is both adjacent neighbor to the east as well as to the west.
And how about, I wanted to ask staff on this. Are staff satisfied that issues raised with respect to the posting of the sign were satisfactory in terms of proper notification?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at the time that the sign declaration form was submitted with the photo, staff would have outlined any issues with that posting of the sign.
And Wilshire did do that. It's too bad Wilshire's not here to comment on that. Okay. We'll have to assume that Wilshire was satisfied that it was done.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, if the sign did not meet the specs for posting, size, and location, then it would have been raised at the time with the applicant.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, panel? In that case, we can take the application into committee for a motion, unless there happen to be comments in advance. Mr. Reid, please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start. I think this is just hard. I don't think it's hard necessarily to understand and approve the variances that are being requested, because I think that they are relatively minor, and they do kind of allow for the construction of the type of building typology that exists along these major streets, of buildings being built lot line to lot line and extending straight back. But this particular instance of having these 0 lot line windows is challenging, and I think there are going to be negative impacts for the people at 1169 in terms of probably building code issues, I assume, that would come out of this for having bedrooms with no windows and that sort of thing. But I just don't know legally where that puts us as a committee. And I'm looking to my committee members for their thoughts on this. But just from a pure application perspective, I think this makes sense, and I feel like I have to support it.
Thank you for that. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm totally with Peter. I'm torn in between in terms of planning, and it makes a lot of sense in the for the development and the use of the site and everything. But because their neighbors got these windows been there for a while, I guess, and also it's an existing condition, and by approving this will create a lot of burden for them to correct it as the neighbors. I almost want to abstain from voting because I do not want to vote to approve, but produce a problem which has to be addressed somehow. I do not know what to do.
Well, Ms. Chan, do you have any reason to recuse with respect to the declaration of interest, or are you're just finding it's a hard application?
Yeah, it has to, only because the neighbor, they haven't done anything, right? They're not proposing anything. It is it's an existing condition, although the existing condition does not comply with the building code anyway, but no one is asked them to correct it until this proposal somehow it will create a situation that they have no rooms with no natural light, that it is a problem that they inherit from this proposal. Yeah. I think that, I don't know whether it's fair, yeah, but in terms of the planning, there's no reason to refuse it either. The planning issues, I think they're minor. So I better abstain from voting.
And that's perhaps, panel, I mean, that's what we need to remember about what we're asked to do. We are basically being asked to examine these minor variance requests and determine whether or not they meet the 4 tests. That's our number 1 job. Yeah, but we also consider the impact, though, right? Sometimes it's the context of each application is unique, and just with my conscience side, do not think it's a solution to that. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Byte, do you have any thoughts to offer?
Sure, I'll just add my contribution thoughts. I think part from as I think Ms. Chan was just saying, from a planning perspective and densification issues and so on, and the nature of change, especially in neighborhoods like this, which are on major arteries, close to transit, etc. It's almost inevitable that one would have this kind of change and densification occurring. The dilemma, of course, is that the folks that are impacted in this particular case get caught. It's the meat in the sandwich, as it were. And it's almost literally meat in the sandwich, because when I look at an aerial view on Google, it looks like they'll be literally between 2 fairly tall towers. It's a real dilemma. My thinking is that at some point, 1169 may also be transformed, and I think it likely will be given time. So I think from a planning perspective and from the variances that are required, I don't see a reason not to approve it. While I feel badly for the folks at 1169, that they will be the meat in the sandwich at this stage. So there is a dilemma, but I think from the what we're charged to do,
yeah,
I think it works.
And I agree with your sentiments. In terms of the variances, I think they are supportable. I look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just before we do that, I'm wondering if staff would have an opinion on this. And I think we're all kind of on the same page with this, with thinking that it makes sense policy-wise, but more specifically to the effect that if we make a decision that then results in a building code violation for an adjacent property, if staff has any thoughts on this. Or are we just to disregard that and focus just on the variances before us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you have to deal with the variances that are before you today.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
So in that context, I mean, we've had discussion on this, and I feel like I have to support this application, and I do it with regret for the people at 1169, because I think this is going to be a negative impact on them. But this is for the variances being requested, they are minor variances, and I think they're supportable. So I move approval, subject to the community planning condition, the transportation condition, and as amended, that is for the variances.
Thank you. Is there a second? And that motion is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Therefore, moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Ms. Chan is in dissent. The motion is carried, and the application is so approved. And the panel moves along. Well, first of all, I'm going to check with the moderator. Do we have 38 yet on? We do. In that case, we'll backtrack to number 38. We now have the applicant with us on the phone. So let's backtrack to number 38, which we had set aside. And we shall ask the applicant to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lance Caprillion from Studio Lumina at 180 Shaw Street, and we are the agent for the owners of 132 Essex Street.
Very good. Okay, are you speaking? We actually are showing Linda Chu Chung as the speaker. Are you speaking in Linda's stead?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. That was a bit of the confusion, I think, that resulted in us being missed there. So Linda is the owner of the property.
Very good. Okay.
And we are the, yeah.
Understood. That's just fine. All right then. Coming back to your application then, I think the panel was putting some questions to you. We don't have anyone registered to speak in opposition on your proposal, but there was correspondence in opposition, which have you seen the correspondence in opposition? This related to water management. And
yes, we have.
And
yes.
So I would be interested in your response to the concerns raised by that correspondence that was written.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did respond to this. The concern of this neighbor is that the proposal would adversely affect the water management in the area. And the current backyard is entirely poured concrete at the moment. So what we're doing is actually not going to change the water management appreciably. However, we do recognize that this is something we could improve on, and so we have modified our application to remove the concrete and to provide paving in its place, and also to provide a drain that would take the water down, a French drain that would drain the water quickly. We contemplated permeable paving, but the problem there is that the water would then be entering the ground adjacent to the foundation and potentially putting pressure on the walls. So the solution removes the water just as quickly and gets it down low below where it may impact the foundation walls. So those are the two changes that we made. We did attempt to
I'm curious.
communicate that.
I want to make sure I understand. So you actually said you were going to tear up the concrete and replace it with paving, and
yes.
I lost you there because I don't see how we're improving the situation. I mean, asphalt paving?
No, pavers, concrete pavers, and a drainage system. So the concern is that the water would wash off this concrete and go on to the neighboring properties, let's say. But
Where's it going to go now?
It's going to go down 6 feet into a drain and disperse in something known as a French drain. So the water enters into a pit basically of gravel and drops very quickly, so it doesn't imperil the foundation walls with added water pressure, but it gets the water down into the water table.
On your property, on the
Yes.
subject property. Now I get it. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Are there other questions for the applicant panel? Mr. Byatt, please.
I think my concern was the same issue, the variance for 0% soft landscaping. I appreciate the fact that you currently have concrete in the back, which is a relic of the past. I just find it extremely difficult to approve that kind of request, despite the fact that you've explained putting an interlock paving and providing a French drain. I still find it really difficult to say yes to 0% soft landscaping.
As do I. So, I mean, our question to you, applicant, is why can you not have soft landscaping there to a percentage in the order of something we could look at favorably, like 40%? Why can't you comply with that?
It's a good question. So the proposed addition is actually proposed to be built on existing foundation walls. So there's an existing extension of the basement under the building that we are building on. So the proposed building component actually will have zero impact on what we do in the backyard. And I think from the point of view of the use of the space, which you can see is quite small, while it would be nice to have some soft landscaping, I think the reality is that at 9 feet, there's not a lot that it could be functionally used for by the owners if we were to give a significant part of it over to soft landscape. And it does seem to be fairly typical of the area with these small adjacent properties, with these small backyards, that they're devoid of soft landscaping.
Okay, so I must express that you should be aware of this concern if you're not already, and that is the committee is taking very, very sharp focus on issues of soft landscaping. They are embedded for a reason in the bylaw, and that reason is to recognize climate change, stormwater management, and all the things that relate to that. And the principle is that each property should manage its own stormwater effectively, and that soft landscaping in the form of soil also brings benefits in terms of biodiversity, which things like rooftop gardens do not necessarily equal. So that's where we're coming from, because there is a trend in the city. The trend is away from pervious surfaces to impervious surfaces, and when the cumulative effect of it, and you've just sort of cited it, the cumulative effect of another decision in that same direction is pressing this trend of reduced surface area in the city rather than status quo or expanding. Okay, other questions? If Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the applicant, do you actually agree to repave the existing patio with permeable material or pavers? Is that what you said?
We did consider that, but my concern, so I think what we're proposing to do is actually more effective at getting the water down into the water table. In fact, the whole area of that backyard will very effectively drain very quickly into the drain we're proposing. The water enters into a gravel pit basically and drops very quickly. So we won't be relying on percolation rates for permeable system. It'll get the water down, right down there as far as 6 feet fairly quickly. So the effect will be, in fact, to deal with the stormwater more quickly and more safely for the building foundation than a permeable system. But similar concept, that all of the water that would fall in this backyard would enter the water table.
So in that case, do you need to re-level or slope the existing concrete patio anyway?
We will remove that. So it's poured concrete right now. It's just a concrete slab. That will come out and it'll be replaced with brick pavers, basically. So yes, those brick pavers will have to be resloped. The pit will have to be dug, and in order to make the water management effective, yes, the backyard will have to slope all of that area to the drain.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
So to construct this French drain, do you have to totally excavate the backyard in order to install the gravel pit and then refill afterwards? How do you install?
Not the whole backyard, but maybe a quarter of it. Let's say it would be the pit would be right near the middle of this area, and we would drain to it. So the pit would be like maybe 4 feet in diameter and down about 6 feet that would have to be excavated.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, panel. If there are no further questions for the applicant, we can take this one into committee. Moving toward a motion, unless there are comments in advance. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
To make a comment, normally I agree with Sahi that we do not like to approve zero soft landscaping. But in this case, I'm convinced by the applicants the willingness to deal with water management. And also the main reason for me to support it is because it is a very, very small backyard. And it's almost difficult to do anything with it. And what they are asking to add is actually just to fill in that little corner. So I think in that context, I can support it because it is such a small backyard. What he's proposing is, I am convinced that it's better than permeable pavers.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Mr. Byatt, go ahead, then Mr. Reed.
Just as we're talking, and Ms. Chan's comments as well, One of the questions I should have asked the applicant, perhaps we can ask him in a moment, is when you put in permeable pavers, again, in place of the impermeable ones he's suggesting, does it not allow for two things to happen? If there's excessive downpour of rain, permeable pavers, some moisture would certainly run off and enter a drain system, and some moisture would be allowed to percolate. So would permeable pavers, instead of the impermeable ones, not serve a dual purpose?
Let's put that question. Applicant, if you're with us and can rejoin us.
Certainly. I mean, I think it's certainly one thing we considered, permeable paving, to deal with this issue. And I mean, we're happy to do it. My only concern, as I expressed before, is that we would then be adding water just below grade, which would increase the amount of water pressure against the foundation. But I mean, I think if we're looking for a way through this issue, I think we would be certainly open to doing permeable pavers instead. And maybe there's a way we can actually combine them so we can satisfy ourselves that we won't be negatively impacting the foundation walls while achieving the goals we all share for water management. I mean, we certainly would be open to it.
May I ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Your suggestion that you find a way, how could we add that to this application so that, assuming we approve it, that could be a condition that's quite clearly stated so it's understood what should happen?
So maybe we just say it's permeable paving, and we'll provide permeable paving, and then I will personally take care of the issues that I'm concerned of with respect to the foundation walls, which isn't really of concern, I think, here. I mean, obviously, you would want it to work well, but I think if we agreed to permeable paving here, then we're achieving what I think, as I said, what I think we all want to achieve. And then I can take care of the technical issues that are there as well.
Applicant, while we have you.
Thank you.
I'm hearing the concern that you have about the water pressure against the underground foundation wall. So here's another solution that occurs to me. Does this work? You do your French drain with the gravel pit 6 feet down. That is done in order to protect the water pressure against the underground foundation. But you forget about your variance number 2, because you can see us struggling with this. Your variance number 2 is a real problem for us, and you do soft landscaping. So you have your gravel pit to protect the rear wall, and you do soft landscaping to get rid of variance number 2, and you've got a happy committee.
I would love to make the committee happy, but I'm also concerned that I might be imperiling the usefulness of this backyard for the owners. I mean, it could function for them as a nice outdoor space for family gatherings at 9 feet. It's pretty small. So I guess my only caution here is that while it would be nice to have that landscaped, it would mean that they couldn't use it for anything. And I think that given the size of it, its function is critical, I think, for the house.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back into committee now and continue our deliberations. Okay, Mr. Reed, you had something to, I know before we...
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was going in that direction too, just thinking about different combinations, having the French drain plus soft landscaping or French drain plus permeable pavers. And I understand that this is a difficult one, and what's being proposed is not worsening the existing situation, but I think whatever we end up with, I would like to be sure that if there's a drain in the backyard, that it is a French drain and it's not going into the sewer system. I think that's something, if we could capture that as a condition, but I'd be inclined to say permeable pavers plus French drain for the backyard. I don't know if how people are feeling about that. Yeah.
I'm happy with that. So I think that it's such a small area. It is very difficult. It's limited options you can do. Right?
Okay.
I agree.
Let's go with motion then. I like your idea about capturing the concept that the water must not enter the city sewer system. Go ahead with the
Right.
motion.
Okay, so I move approval of the application with the condition that the backyard space be paved with permeable pavers and any sewer that's located in that backyard be drained to a French drain and not to the city's sewer system.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Ms. Chan. All those in favor, please show of hands. That's unanimous vote to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. Thank you, panel, for figuring that one out. And we move
Chair,
along.
if I might, just a little note. I think I'd like to just thank the agent for being so amiable with regard to our conversation.
Yes, it was helpful. I agree with you completely. Okay, number 40. 60 Wallace Avenue. On 60 Wallace Avenue, the committee has before it submitted materials, presentation materials from the agent, January 27, staff report, urban forestry, correspondence in support, 48 Wallace, received February 6, plus 13 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of Wallace Avenue and Armstrong Avenue. In opposition, we also have correspondence from 41 Armstrong and also from a David Hardy, who does not provide an address. Okay. So we'll have the agent join us for number 60 Wallace.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Good afternoon. Okay. Okay then. Just let me check. We have how many speakers standing by? Okay. Okay then, Mr. Hudson, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
The proposal before you today is to take an existing two-story garage structure and add a front and rear addition to it. The front addition we've moved out towards the lane in order to pick up the general pattern for the entire laneway, where almost all of the structures, it's a very long lane, are moved right to the apron of the public laneway. And the owner would like to also extend the existing structure, at least partially, on the second floor and entirely on the ground level into the existing back garden. We have no height variances. We meet the 45-degree angular plane at the 7.5 meter point from the existing house. We have provoked 3 variances. One is the overall length of the structure. And then there are 2, they're kind of technical variances. That's number 1 and number 3 that relate to our wish to extend the roof to provide a canopy on the laneway side. Really just to, and those are, and the intent there is just to try and articulate the front of that building, allow us an opportunity to maybe provide some lighting. As I say, it's a really long laneway, not brilliantly well lit. So that's the sort of reason for those 2 variances. Happy to answer any questions. I know there's some issues around the tree. It's an enormous existing tree that is very close to the existing garage. The owners hired an arborist and they're talking to forestry who are aware of it. And the tree is shared and is predominantly on the neighbor's side at number 58. And we're aware of the concerns that they have about the tree and their garden and the access to the parking that they have at the rear of their property. I think some of the photos will show the tree. That's perfect. You can see it's almost growing out of the side of the existing garage, and for sure we'll have to make some structural accommodations to make sure we're not going to hurt the root ball. But as I say, we're well underway with negotiations with urban forestry.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel, we have 3 speakers to hear from. Shall we go ahead and hear from those speakers? Let's do that. Okay. Staff, this picture here is very, very illustrative. So just let's leave that up there for a while because it tells the story. All right. First speaker, please.
Gloria Lopez, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Hello. Gloria, state your name,
Hi.
please.
Yes, my name is Gloria Lopez at 41 Armstrong Avenue.
You have 5 minutes
yes,
to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Yes, I've sent a letter, as you probably have looked at it. I've also sent a few signatures from my neighbors. So it's not just me that's concerned, it's quite a few people. Okay, my concern is privacy. The windows would face not just the back of my house, but also my neighbor, right into the yard. Also, the windows would face directly into my yard, and as I said, and my home. My upstairs, if I go upstairs, it's directly in front. The noise, the excessive noise of the traffic, there will be someone living there full time, so excess noise from the full-time residents. There's no noise barriers, so the sound would come directly over the garage into our yards, and if we have the windows open, into our houses. We would have contend with all the noise of the extra traffic. Not only while you're building this will probably be a lengthy construction, it'll probably take a lot of time, but after, extra people living there, extra traffic, everything, extra dirt while you're building, don't forget that. It would definitely impact on the enjoyment of our homes and our yards. The value of our property would decrease by eliminating the privacy of our property. And just to look at it from our homes, it's right in your face. These are only some of the concerns that I have, my husband, and also the neighbors. And I have, if you look at the signatures I sent you, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signatures there. And that's only the neighbors closest to me. And we have lived here for decades. We have contributed to the value of our property. We've kept it nice and clean. We live here full time. It is our own property. We contributed not only to the value of our homes, but also to the community in general by adding, I don't know, what can I say? We lived our lives quietly. This is the first time I ever done anything like this. But I am very concerned, and so are my neighbors, and that's all I have to say, and I hope you take everything I've said in consideration, and thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions to put to this speaker? All right, then, once again, thank you. We'll go to the next speaker who's standing by.
Hi, my name is Kasia Mihailovich.
Good afternoon. You have 5
Good
minutes
afternoon.
to address your comments to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I own and live at 45 Armstrong Avenue. So I'm situated basically exactly the same as Mrs. Lopez, but on the other side. And as it stands right now, the structure that's there is set back from the laneway, like Mr. Hudson said, and the strip of land has become a real dumping ground. I've had to call multiple times to 311 since I bought my home in 2021 to have the garbage, including drums of weird liquids and contractor materials, removed. So frankly, I was delighted to hear that this otherwise derelict building was to be remade as new housing. From my vantage point, I see multiple advantages to this, to me and to my property. The first one being is that it goes from a dump to a house. So big point for me. Next, I see the small increase in foot traffic in the laneway as a real boon. It's a badly lit laneway, as has been mentioned, and I feel like I'll feel safer taking off on my bike in the morning as I do to get to work with somebody's windows looking out onto the laneway. And I'm also happy to learn of this new lighting that might be provided with the variance. Of course, it will build desperately needed housing in this area that is about to see a big growth. And so laneway housing seems like a very gentle way to do that compared with the condos going up north and south of us in our community. And I can't really imagine it impacting our property values or enjoyment of life negatively. I have been made aware of the concerns of Mrs. Lopez, and I don't want anyone to feel upset by this, but I do have to say that from where I see it, which is very much the same position, you can't really see the structure as it is now from my yard, even from the raised deck. I can absolutely see it from my second floor window, but I can also see into the back windows of all the houses across the laneway. I think it would be a stretch to say that this is going to encroach on the privacy of my property. But more to the point, we all can see into each other's yards through our windows, and we've all managed to maintain the proper decorum. And so I'm really not concerned with one more house adding to it, and I welcome the potential for new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions here? So Kashi, if I understand you correctly, you see this in a positive light, taking what is a derelict, and I'm looking at a photograph of it right now, a derelict, unmaintained structure, and turning that into what I imagine will be an attractive housing unit. You see that as a positive move?
I do, Mr. Chair, and even that photo is a little bit misleading because it's usually a lot more garbage, and I was wondering why they'd cleaned it up. So it's usually it's like mattresses, plywood, all kinds of stuff. It's kind of a hazard.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to the next speaker. Okay.
David Hardy, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to defer to my partner, Margaret Gilly. We live at 58 Wallace Avenue, directly beside the variance request.
Very good. Hello, Margaret.
The property directly to the east of the one in question.
Margaret, just a sec. Yeah. You're just joining us now, so we missed the initial parts you made. So if you wouldn't mind backtracking, first thing I'll ask you to do is to state your name, please.
Sure. My name is Margaret Gilly, and David Hardy and I are the owners of 58 Wallace Avenue, which is the property directly to the east of the property in question.
Very good. You've got 5 minutes to address your comments to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. While I appreciate the comments of the neighbors behind us on Armstrong, I feel that we as direct neighbors are far more directly impacted by what's about to happen at 60 Wallace. We've lived in our home now for 25 years. Part of the reason we purchased it was because it is a large lot with no garage and a beautiful garden property, which we've developed over the time we've been here. We've always had a very good relationship with the neighbor at 60 Wallace, very nice people. But this laneway unit, it's already a very large building. It's 2 stories, which makes it the largest laneway structure anywhere in our very long block. The proposed changes to it would see it become 11 feet longer in length and 3 feet taller. So already we have a large cinder block wall facing us along the east side of our property, or the west side of our property. It would become a much larger wall, 11 feet longer and 3 feet higher. This will result in a large loss of light to our backyard, which is important to those of us who garden. It will also, the south-facing view of this building will come 6 feet toward us. And there will be windows and a balcony on the second level. So those will be they'll be 6 feet closer to our windows, looking right in the back of our house. So that's a large loss of privacy for us, and it really does concern us. One thing I should point out, the purpose of the application that was posted states that there will be a rear second floor balcony on the rear. And yet the drawings provided by the architect clearly show a second floor balcony on the front. Maybe it's confusion between the front and rear, like on the south-facing side of the building, which would be facing us.
So let's see if we can pull up that drawing here while you're speaking. That's important.
Yeah.
This would be which directional side of the building would that be?
South. Well, that's where the drawings show it, is on the south side, but which I think is the front of the building.
South elevation, please, staff. Okay.
But the application refers to it being on the rear, which to me would mean on the laneway. So I'm confused by that.
Well, I want to ask you then, is the part on the laneway, is that the south side or the north side of the building?
That is the north side of the building.
On the laneway?
The laneway is north of the building, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at a drawing here that says south elevation. I see the balcony, and so the south elevation would be looking into the backyard and your backyard.
Yes, so that's what we would be looking at from our house, and it will be 6 feet closer to our house than it currently is. So, yeah.
So thanks.
So that's what I'm just confused, because the application says it'll be on the rear, and I'm not sure which they are considering the rear and which they're considering the front.
Well, thanks for bringing that up. That's important.
Okay. If we did attach some photos with our submission.
Let's pull them up too.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, so that's from our house to our backyard, and the building in question is on the left in that photo. You can't see it. If you scroll down, there's the tree and root. Yeah, so this is what we see in the early spring from our house, and that's the tree in question, which is a more than 50-foot elm tree. I couldn't put my arms around it. The trunk is so big. And so I fail to see, so that's one of our other very main concerns, is if this building is going to come 6 feet toward us, or 5.5, I think it is, and 6 feet further back, I fail to see how they're going to do the structural and underground work on that without damaging the root system. The root system on a tree like that is as large as the canopy. So I did receive an application for it's an application to injure or remove a privately owned tree, which I gather has been submitted to forestry, or they're submitting it. I'm not quite sure how that works. So my question
I'm sorry, but this is your tree, correct? This is not their tree. It's on your side of the property.
It's right. It is primarily in our yard, obviously, the way it appears. It is directly on the property line. Most of it is on our yard. I suppose we consider it our tree because it covers our yard, but it covers several yards, the canopy of it. So it's this neighborhood has so few trees to begin with, one of the worst canopy coverages in the city, and to lose a tree like that or to damage it would just be a travesty. I understand that the developer or the person who's building this is aware of that and wants to protect the tree, but I don't know how that happens on a day-to-day basis during construction. You know, if you have a plumber in who's putting in a septic system or a sewage system or whatever it is, and they need, they come across a major route and they saw through it, who's there to stop that on the, once it's done, it's done. And
I'll ask you for your final comment now, please.
okay, my final comment is with the back laneway. If that building goes back 6 further feet, it is going to currently our gate, you can see it there, is where we bring our car back and forth, and it's on an angle. The extension of the building toward the back will cut off the angle of that, and we would have to rebuild our fence and that gateway to get in and out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your time is up.
Thanks.
Any questions, panel, for this speaker? Thank you. Okay. So now we shall return to the agent, who will have a chance to address only the issues raised by the speakers.
Thank you.
In rebuttal, go ahead.
I'll start with the height, and I'm going to restrict my responses, if that's okay, to the zoning issues. So the height, it is an increase in height, but I think it's important to stress that height is not one of the variances that we're applying for. It's important to say that the neighbors of 58 and 60 are on good terms, and they've talked about the proposal extensively. That includes the tree. As I say, we recognized right from the start that it was an issue. There's no sleight of hand here. We played with a completely open hand. There's an arborist engaged. They want to ensure the good health of the tree. Forestry will be required to be satisfied as part of any applications that are made. We've also, as part of the drawings, provided a privacy screen to the 58 side on what I would call the rear elevation of the laneway suite. I believe, and I'm not a zoning expert, but I believe with laneway housing, the front elevation is deemed to be the laneway elevation, and the rear is deemed to be the side that faces the house. So I don't think there's any misdescription of what's happening. I think the elevations are properly labeled. And I think the neighbor at 47, if I may speak briefly to the issues that are outside of the zoning, I think she put it beautifully. This is, people are already acting with decorum. It's a fairly intense urban development pattern, so I don't think there's a meaningful loss of amenity by having windows on the laneway side. It's a typical problem when we do or challenge with laneway housing. There's no short answer to that. The gate, I believe, the access gate to parking, the 58 and the owners of 60, who is not a developer, in case that was unclear, he's the homeowner. They've talked about it, and he's offered to pay for the gate to be relocated so that they can enjoy their access to the parking. And I think that's it, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Panel members, your opportunity. Questions for the agent. My question to you is, on that side where the tree straddles the lot line, why is the tree going to be at risk of damage? Is it because, why is the tree at risk of damage? I'm looking at the structure and wondering why the tree is at risk of damage. What's going to happen there construction-wise?
Well, I think the shared concern, Chair, is that there is a front addition, and it is a ginormous tree, and that the footings for the front addition, the added-on part, could potentially cause problems with the root system.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an easy, we all know that. It's a supervised dig. The poor old arborist has to sit there for as long as it takes while they excavate and they figure out what they're going to do, whether it's going to be helical piles or grade beam. There's ways around that.
Okay. Any other questions, panel? All right, no further questions for the applicant. I think at this point then we can take the application into committee. Moving toward a motion, perhaps there will be some comments in advance of that. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I think the proposal and the variances are minor. I understand why the length is the extra one, just about 4 feet longer, because trying to match the other garage structure. And the only two, basically, is the canopy enclosed, and that's minor. I think all of them are minor in nature, and I have no problem with this proposal. And also, they have a very big backyard, and I think it's a better use of the property. So I'm in support of it.
Mr. Bike, go ahead. You are muted.
Beg your pardon. I was just going to say I concur with Ms. Chan, and I take to heart the comments made by one of the neighbors, the positive comments made by one of the neighbors at the rear. I think she put it really very well in terms of the positive side of this particular structure. What exists now is definitely a massive eyesore. And this will be a very positive change. So I'd be in favor of supporting this particular application. I think the only condition here is forestry too.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I'd move for approval with the only condition being forestry number 2.
That is seconded by Ms. Chan. So it's moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? Show of hands, please. And that motion is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved. That takes us to number 41, 76 Eastwood Road. Now, at this stage, once again, panel has been going for a couple of hours. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. We'll resume at 3 minutes past 6. Thank you. And we resume with consideration of item number 4176 Eastwood Road. On this application, the panel is looking at those materials submitted, plus revised plans submitted 3 February. There's a cover letter from the agent, October. There is an arborist report. And there are presentation materials from the agent, February 7. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry and from City Planning. We have correspondence in support, concern, and opposition. In support, from Kyla Hunt, no address. From 79 Highcroft, and from 67 Highcroft, 77 and 85 Eastwood, and 128 Edgewood. In concern, 128 Edgewood, 69A Highcroft, 74 Eastwood. In opposition, from 141 Edgewood, 90 Eastwood, and 143 Edgewood. So we shall ask the agent to join us, please.
Andrew Forensic, you have been unmuted.
Hi there, it's Andrew Franchik.
Good evening, Andrew. Okay, Andrew, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Certainly. I have a presentation that I prepared that I filed with the committee. Could I ask the presenter to put it up, please? The
Just
chair
a
to
moment.
put it up?
Just, yep, we'll do that
Whoever
now.
has control. Thank you very much. And just before I start, Mr. Chair, you may or may not be aware, there was a revised zoning notice that was filed yesterday. And I'm pleased to say that it actually reduces the number of variances significantly. It deletes, there are now 3 less variances and 2 modified variances.
Okay, Andrew.
I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
Okay, Andrew, let's deal with that first, if we may, because
Sure.
if the notice, as the panel is looking at it, does not represent the actual application as it stands after that revision, I'd like to deal with that first and then allow you free and clear to go ahead and make your presentation. So let's go and do you see the notice that the panel has in its hands, what we're dealing with?
Yes, in terms of the notice that was sent out to the public, the variances that have been deleted are variances 6 and 8, which pertain to the total building height. Those 2 variances are no longer required.
Okay, we're going to delete them now.
And although it's a technical matter, it arises out of an increased building height of 11 meters permitted throughout the old City of Toronto as of November 2022, which is a new standard that was incorporated at that time.
Okay.
Another variance that has been deleted is variance number 2, pertaining to parking spaces. As members will likely be aware, the city also enacted a new bylaw which came into force late last year, which eliminated the need for parking spaces.
Yeah, we understand. Okay. Okay. Taking out
and
6
the variances
and 2.
that have 2, 6, and 8 have been deleted.
Go.
And to be modified, number 7, the front yard variance, I should say the front yard landscape variance has been improved as a result of discussions with city planning from 32% as originally requested to 52%. So the landscaping has increased.
Could you give us the square meterage equivalent, please?
I can get to that in my application. It is, I don't have the number handy, but I can find that for you.
We're going to need that number before we wrap up. So, okay. We need that number for sure for the square meters on number 7. Okay. Let's go back. Let's reset the clock, please. And go ahead now with your presentation.
Thank you very much. If we could just go to the second page, please, just to orient ourselves. There's an aerial photo. The site's located at 76 Eastwood Road, north side of Eastwood, just east of Coxwell. And this is an area that is very well established and has plenty of multi-residential housing forms, especially along Eastwood Road. Next page. Just some photos of the site and the area. Starting on the left is the subject site in the middle. It's presently a 2-story house that has some apartments in it. There's a side drive that provides joint access to the rear. There's a rear parking area that presently leads to the backyard. The site is shown on the right-hand side of that third image. And you can see that it's quite long and it extends quite deeply into this block. And the right-hand picture kind of shows that, and that's generally the location of where the garden suite is proposed. Next. The area is quite rich in transit, as some of the people who submitted comments have noted in support. So the area is very well oriented to those without cars and for additional rental housing, which is what is being proposed here. Next. So the proposal is really for a form of infill missing middle housing. There's 5 units in total proposed, comprised of a 3-story building containing 4 units, so it's a 4-plex. There would be a basement unit with a ground floor unit and then 2 sort of upper story units that are each 2 stories, one facing the backyard, one facing the front yard. And then also a 2-story rear garden suite, which is kind of built into the hill, as you can see from this angle. And so that would actually have 2 bedrooms in it on the second floor for a total of 5 units. And again, no vehicle parking is required and none is provided. Next, please. This is a site plan showing the subject site with north being on the left and shows the orientation of the site to Eastwood Road. And in terms of one of the variances that's being requested in terms of the front yard setback, I'll note that it's slightly less than what's required, but it's actually more than what's there today. The setback of the current building is actually closer to the street, and so it's actually moving it backwards a little bit, providing for a better front yard condition and also an area for more soft landscaping. If you'll recall, one of the photos that I just showed you showed some kind of scraggly bits of remnant landscaping, but this would be a truly landscape area, and I'll get you that number later on in my presentation, hopefully. This would maintain the common drive between the 2 homes, which is subject to the easement, and provide access to the rear garden suite. Next. Just some floor plates of the garden suite. So this is the ground floor. Next. There's 2 bedrooms that fit into the garden suite, and that's part of the reason why we're asking for a variance. I know that planning in their staff report have requested that this variance for angular plane be deleted. However, we feel quite strongly that, and I'll show you how it looks in a minute, with the modifications proposed to the roof line, it's quite appropriate to have this condition here to allow for 2 bedrooms as opposed to just the 1 bedroom. Makes it more family friendly. Next. And just in the interest of time, I'll cycle through these. Next. And next. This is the variance that's required for the garden suite, and it's only 1 variance, and that's to allow for some incursion into the angular plane. And I have a drawing next that shows that. Please flip the slide. As originally proposed on the left, whoops, nope, please go back. As originally proposed, there was more incursion into the angular plane, but now the roof line's been modified so it's sloped, especially on one side, on the right-hand side, on the east, and that neighbor is in fact in support. Has no concerns with that condition. We're pleased to hear that. And this condition would actually allow for 2 bedrooms to be located on the second floor as opposed to 1 bedroom if the angular plane was strictly adhered to. So a few minor incursions there. Next. Moving on to the main building. This is the basement unit. It's a 1-bedroom unit with access from the rear yard. Next. This is the main floor unit, which has access off of the side drive. Next. This is the second floor, which is the first floor of the 2 sort of duplex 2-story units. Next. And finally, the third floor, which has 2 bedroom units. 2 2-bedroom units. And you'll note that there are 2 balconies. And one of the people who provided some comments that lives to the east has asked for a 1.8 meter screen to be located on those balconies to prevent direct views. And my client has agreed to that, and that could be part of the conditions. I note that it was also provided in the staff report. A couple of elevations coming up next. The first one is the rear elevation. Next is the front elevation. And I have some renderings to show you. I'm almost at the end here. This is the list of variances as revised. If you can just go back to that. So there's the height of the main walls is actually now at 8.5. So that's a bit of a modification as well. It's no longer 7.5, it's 8.5. And the height rises to 10.2. It's essentially to allow for a flat roof dwelling.
Your time is up
which
now.
has precedence. Okay.
I'll allow you to make a final comment if you have one.
I'm almost done. And so if we could just flip to the end rendering, which shows what the buildings look like, I think that'll be a good talking point because it allows you to see the form of the building and the relationship between the garden suite and the main house. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the proposal.
Thank you. Panel, we have 4 speakers standing by, so shall we listen to the speakers? Okay, let's have speaker number 1, please.
Next one is Nick. Is that okay? Jennifer and Steve are not available.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, I'll have Nick on the phone.
Very good. Good evening.
Nick.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
State
Can you
your
hear
name,
me?
please. We do hear you. We hear you loudly. State your name, please.
My name is Nick Crow.
Go ahead, Nick. You've got 5 minutes to express your concerns and address them to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm the immediate neighbor to the west of 76 Eastwood. I live at 74. I've lived here with my wife and 2 children since 2012. And we understand the current push to expand available and affordable housing within the city, and we're not opposed to it at all. That said, we have some significant concerns around a few of the proposed features of this design and the request for variances. While I do acknowledge the need for increased housing, 76 Eastwood currently rents 3 separate units. This proposed build would feature 4 units plus a garden suite. Close proximity to the sidewalk. The features would be completely out of context with the rest of the neighborhood and would significantly change the architectural basis of the street as it currently exists. So my question is, if the net result is 2 new rental units, is it really worth it to so significantly change the footprint of this house, both on the ground and in a vertical sense? There have been some letters of support around affordable housing. There were already 3 affordable units in this building. The current plan would remove those units and replace them with 5 double-priced apartments. This is not a proposal with affordable housing in mind. It's an income property. My biggest concern is the garden suite. Due to the massive black walnut that sits in our backyard. During the 11 years we've lived here, we've had the tree pruned at least 3 times at a cost nearing $20,000. We've done so to ensure the health of the tree and the safety of both our family and the tenants at 76 Eastwood. The existing arborist report suggests that given the size of the tree, the garden suite would have to be built within the tree protection zone by a significant amount. In appreciation of urban forestry staff who have already expressed concern with the construction methods, I've been told these methods would absolutely put the tree in peril. So we are in strong opposition to the garden suite. The second major issue is the shared driveway and easement, and I'm acknowledging that the agent has already spoken to that. The driveway is at present incredibly narrow. We need to fold one mirror of our car just to get down it. Beyond the two houses is a turnaround that allows us to back into our carport. The driveway has been used in this manner for more than 28 years. Any change to the asphalt footprint of the driveway would remove the turning radius and essentially mean we would have to attempt to back down 100 feet of driveway into the sidewalk and road in a neighborhood with significant foot and vehicle traffic. Simply put, it would no longer be a driveway. I raise this despite the agent's assurances because in written communication from the owner of 76 Eastwood, he has claimed that if he's not granted the exception to build as close to the front as he would like, he would simply, and I quote, move the entire building back and this would, quote, affect my turnaround. In my understanding, one thing does not affect the other. One is a requested variance, and as for the easement, it's a legal issue relating to title. And I'd like to note the frustrating irony in defending this space is that the mutual driveway has really been shared in name alone. My wife, children, and I have done all the maintenance over the last 11 years, the snow shoveling, the leaf raking, and the maintenance of the interlocking brick. So in summary, we're very happy for the owner of 76 Eastwood to improve his property, even if it means significant upheaval and stress on our family in terms of the volume and intensity of construction and demolition. What we're not okay with is the home we've raised our children in and plan to retire in being diminished in terms of function and enjoyment. It is not NIMBYism. It is a request for a reasonable scope and size for this new building. I very much appreciate having this opportunity to speak to you today, so thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Denise.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, yes. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Rothschild. I'm the co-owner with Ronnie Shore of 143 Edgewood Avenue, which is on the, if you look at the map of these properties, it is an adjacent property to 76, although presently there's no structure where our property is adjacent to 76. The garden suite would be almost directly adjacent.
Okay, we're
Sure.
gonna pull up that map. So we'll pull up the map so we can see where your property is in relation.
Of course, thank you.
Better zoom in a bit if we can. You're on Edgewood.
Edgewood, correct. So that for 143 Edgewood.
Okay.
Correct.
There we go.
So I don't know if it's necessary. If you look at some of the plans that were submitted, you can see how the garden suite abuts the back of our property. And the obvious concern is with respect to privacy. And I do appreciate that the agent for the builder has stated that there will be a privacy screen in line with the city planner's report at very minimum, given what I'll discuss in a moment about concerns about the property owners keeping his word. I would hope that any such approval would be conditioned strongly upon that privacy screen being required and not be something that is just taken at the word of the owner of that home. The garden suite and even the property, the main property, will look directly into the second floor and third floor windows of our home, my daughter's bedroom, and I would again strongly request that measures be required to preserve privacy in that respect. Generally speaking, with respect to this, I share Mr. Crow's understanding and appreciation of the need for more affordable housing, the need for more density in a reasonably transit accessible area. However, this entire project was undertaken not in a manner that was seeking the support or the comfort of neighbors in mind. There was no consultation that took place. Notice was only delivered after we contacted the builder, the property owner, and generally speaking, there's just not been any indication that this owner is genuinely concerned about the neighborhood in itself. I share Mr. Crow's great concern for the black walnut tree, particularly given the lack of interest of this owner in preserving the rights of the neighbors. The black walnut tree, we have great concern about its health should this, particularly this garden suite, be allowed to be constructed. And we would expect, if any approval is given, that proper protection be provided for that. This development will significantly impact the light in our backyard at 143 Edgewood. We attempted to procure a shadow study, but given how late the notice was delivered, we were unable to. We reached out to a couple of specialists who conduct shadow studies, but they said that there was not enough time to conduct a proper shadow study. So we didn't have the time to do that, but we believe that this development will significantly impact the sunlight that we receive in the backyard. We're very concerned about garbage, about the ability, where the refuse for these units will be placed. It appears to be placed, these drawings suggest that the garbage bins will be relatively close to our property, which is of great concern, and we expect that the owner will be required to take steps to ensure that there's no infestation of rodents and the like. We've had past trouble with this owner. 2 of our trees on our property have died because of vines that have come from the 76 Eastwood property. We've spoken to the owner repeatedly over the course of the years, and he has said he would do something, and then he's not taken any steps to do it. Finally, the character of the neighborhood. This building, this development, is entirely out of character on the streetscape. When one is walking by, this is simply nothing like the other homes in the area. As Mr. Crow said, we're only talking about a net gain of 2 units, and frankly, they will be less affordable than they currently are. I don't think that that is worth damaging the character of the neighborhood in this way. And finally, I just wanted to note that one of the letters of support, which I understand and we say, but one of the letters of support actually claims to be adjacent to the 76 Eastwood property, and that's the one from 79 Highcroft. It is not, in fact, adjacent to 76 Eastwood. So while that owner is obviously in the vicinity and has the right to express their opinion, I just thought it needed to be corrected that that property is adjacent, because it is not, in fact, adjacent to the subject property.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Panel members, are there questions for the speaker? We'll move on then to okay, so moderator, are there any, I know there were other listed speakers, but no one you think you feel you have a chance of contacting? You've tried. Okay, so we've made multiple attempts to contact. I think there are 2 listed speakers who we've not been able to raise them. So we'll go back now to the applicant. An applicant, you'll have an opportunity to comment in rebuttal on what you've heard after you have provided me with the square meterage figure for variance number 7.
Certainly. Thank you very much for that. It's 9.81 square meters, whereas originally it was actually 6.14, so it's been increased by about 3 square meters.
9.84 meters squared.
9.81 square meters.
9.81. Okay, so just a moment, please. We do have that number now. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for number 7 variance, the square meterage is 9.81.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would also suggest is for variance number 3, and this is based on the revised zoning review that was submitted, the maximum permitted height of all front and rear exterior main walls is 8.5 meters instead of the 7.5.
Okay.
And if the applicant is okay with that revision, then we'll also follow through with that in the decision.
Sure. Important, yes. Okay, applicant, we're changing number 3 to revise or to reflect the change that has been made.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I like to. I have a different figure for the 52%. It should be a little bit more. 9.97. I don't know whether it's significant enough for him to change that. I did the calculation twice, but maybe he has a different way to calculate.
I think we'll stay with the good for you for figuring that out, by the way. But I think we'll
Yeah,
stick
it's
with the
9.97.
applicant's number. Let's stick with the applicant's number, and the applicant can be accountable for its accuracy. Okay, applicant, now is your opportunity to speak in rebuttal to the issues raised by the two speakers. We'd ask you to confine your remarks to what they were, to the issues they were raising.
Thank you. I think there were a number of issues that were raised, but I think I'll hone in on a few of the key ones that actually affect the variances that you have before you. Number one is the 143 Edgewood concern. I'll start with theirs first, just because they were the last ones up. My understanding is that the concern is with respect to privacy issues, and I think that, if I understood correctly, pertains to the garden suite. The garden suite is actually compliant in terms of height. As I showed you on the plan, we can go back to it. There's very, very small amount that extends beyond the 45-degree angular plane. And importantly, there are no side windows. There's actually a skylight. And I'd say, if anything, because their building is so much taller and actually up a hill, they'll be looking over into my client's property, and they already are. So I think it's a little rich to say that there's going to be a privacy impact from a much smaller, lower building onto their property. That's just not scientifically possible. So I'll just keep it at that.
I think the reference was probably to the balconies on the garden suite, to the balcony area.
No, exactly, but it's a much lower building. And there's no, in my view, there's no impact from that at all. It's almost at grade. And like I said, it's built into a hill, and you can see that in some of the renderings. So that would be my response, and there's no variance that's required for that balcony. It's an otherwise fully compliant garden suite. And I think very important to consider that this is an area of the city that's actually a pilot project area, where Councillor Bradford is trying to encourage this sort of infill housing. The city is supposed to be sort of facilitating this form of development, understanding that it's new and people have concerns with it, but this is the direction that the city is going in. So I think it's quite appropriate here. My client has addressed the other concern of the balconies on the main house, and he's quite happy to do that. I think there's been quite responsiveness on his part, and just I've been texting with my client here and also my colleague Eric, who's attended the site a few times. He has spoken with the neighbors. There's been actually door-to-door outreach. And in fact, some of the correspondence you'll see is actually a form letter that people have been good enough to sign, where there's some support. And so I think it's clear that there has been consultation. And in fact, there's quite a bit of support around the neighborhood, even from adjacent neighbors who are going to be looking at this garden suite from their property. In fact, the landowner just to the south of 143 Edgewood provided a letter in that regard. So I think, in terms of their response, those are my comments. And now I'll just move to the comments from the first speaker. These are the adjacent neighbors to the west. And if I could ask whoever's controlling the slides to go to page 19 of our presentation deck. And what that is a photograph of the streetscape. And their comments pertain to the front yard setback along Eastwood Road, and about, from what I understand, no, I'm sorry, page 19 of the actual doc. Yeah, the PDF and the document have different pages. So I guess it would be page 20. Thank you. Thank you. That's the one, page 19, top right corner. So this is two streetscape views. The one on the left is looking towards the west, and then the one on the right is looking right at our property. And you can see that the buildings, the semis immediately to the east, are actually closer to the street. The current building on the property is actually set back already a little bit further back than 78 and 82. And so the variance is actually going to facilitate even a further moving back than what you see here. So the subject site currently has that enclosed porch, which extends much closer to the street. Well, much. This is smaller. We're talking about half a foot to a foot. It's not a lot either way, but it will move the main wall back further than what you see here, allowing for that larger landscaped area. So And what was interesting was that they made some comments about the easement and, you know, the sort of ability to turn around on the property. Since our first involvement in this project in 2021, when we first started looking at this before laneway housing was even actually, or garden suites were permitted, my client was interested in maintaining that for them so that they could continue to turn around. There's no easement over the turning area in the rear yard. There's an easement, as is common, down the side, but we've got the survey. There's no easement to allow them to turn around on my client's property, but that happens, as it happens on many properties like this, kind of informally. And my client does want to maintain that area. If we could go to the site plan on page 6 of the PDF, page 5 of the presentation. Nope. Yep, that's the one. And if you can zoom in on the rear area, you can see that that area is going to remain open for turning movement. So we thought we were being the good guys by not extending the building back any further and sort of encroaching into that area. But there's lots of space. There's actually, I think it's around 12 meters of space between the back of the garden suite and the back of the house. So that area will actually be quite generous there. You know, I think it's quite appropriate to sort of maintain that and not move the building back and ask for the front yard variance.
I'll ask for your final comments now.
Very small amount. And that's all. Those are my responses to those comments.
Thank you. Panel members, your opportunity now to put questions to the applicant. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead. Mr. Byatt, you are muted.
Oh my goodness. The one that jumps out at me, and I just want some clarification, is that planning has requested a refusal or recommended a refusal of variance number 1. Does that now change? I think I heard the applicant say something about the angular plane perhaps having been changed. There's some changes involved in your drawing. Does that apply, or is that now by default not necessary?
Could we go to page 12 of the presentation? Page 11 of the presentation, page 12 of the PDF. It shows the original submission on the left, which had more angular plane encroachment. You can see the red lines being the angular planes. And then on the right-hand side, the new proposal, and I appreciate it's hard to see, and I did speed through my presentation because of the 5-minute limit, but if someone could zoom in on the new proposal, you can see that those red lines come much closer to the new roof line, and there's been a sort of change to the roof line to slope it to almost follow the angular plane. And that was done to come closer to comply and also to kind of make an interesting sort of design statement here, but still to preserve it as a 2-bedroom unit, because otherwise if the slope is followed to a T, there's not enough headroom to actually have the 2 bedrooms. It becomes a 1-bedroom. So our thought was that it would be a better family suite this way.
So you've modified it based on the recommendations from planning? Is that my understanding?
Yes and no. We are not modifying the variance. The variance is still to provide encroachment. There's no magnitude to it. So if the committee was desirous to sort of link it to this new plan, that's fine. My client's fine with that. But so there was no change to the variance, but there was a response in terms of the design that I'm showing you.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Hearing none. Hearing none, we'll take the application into committee. For a motion and any comments preceding. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Yes, I would like to start with some comments. When I look at the site, it's a very, very long site. And I look at the photograph, it really is like the backyard is got to me, the applicant also see the opportunity. And I think that given they only actually have 1 variance for the garden suite, I think it is a very sensitive design in that sense. And also they responded with the angular plane. I already saw page 11, and I understood how they respond to and so mitigate the effect of the angular penetration of the angular plane. Overall, given the location, given it's close to transit, and I find actually the design quite elegant, and I'm in support of it. And going to all these other variances, when you look at them, cumulatively, they are still I could still consider minor, and then it keep the intent of the bylaw for garden suite, I think.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I partly agree with Yim. I think the front house is a really good design, and I think is responding to a lot of what the city wants to see in terms of different types of housing intensification. I have concerns about the garden suite, however. I do get that the applicant made an attempt to respond to the city concerns. I mean, what was there before was basically a laneway suite without a laneway. And so this is definitely an improvement over it, but I do think that it's still, partly because the garden suite policy is so fresh, and partly because this is really close, very, very close to adjacent houses, and not just adjacent other laneway suites, but to adjacent principal houses. I think that that's going to have an effect, and I would like to see, so I'm basically going to go with planning's recommendation to not support the angular plane intrusion for the laneway suite, but to approve the rest with condition.
Thank you. Mr. Bide, any thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. And I think I take Mr. Reed's point to heart. I think he's got a very good point. A laneway suite would have at least a laneway that would be a buffer between the suite and neighbors at the rear. In this particular case, the buffer isn't there, and I think that becomes a bit of a problem. So I'm with him in terms of supporting the position that planning has taken to refuse variance number 1.
Okay. As am I. So if anyone's ready with a motion, carry on. Mr. Reed?
I'm happy to bring the emotion. Bring the emotion. Yes, sorry. I move partial approval of the application. So refusal of variance 1 and approval of the remainder of the variances requested, subject to the 2 community planning comments. And that's as amended with the deletion of several and the change as well, as we talked about before.
Very good. Okay. And subject, Peter, I believe it is subject to urban forestry, yes.
Yeah.
Pardon me, yeah.
Okay.
Forestry 2 and 3.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bite, you are seconding that?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So it is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that approval, the motion is carried and the approval is granted. Thank you. Number 42, 61 to 71 Front Street West. On this application, the panel has before it copy of plans, survey site plans as submitted, cover letter from the agent, December, presentation materials from the agent, January 26. There are staff reports from Transportation Planning and Heritage Planning Urban Design. We'll ask now the agent to join us, please.
Is that me? That's the agent?
Yes, but the agent for Front Street, 61 to 71 Front Street, is that you?
So I'm Bankupa, yes, the architect for the project, and I don't know if I've been called an agent here. Yes.
Okay, good. You are called the agent in this case. Yes, you are the agent, and speaking for the owner. So, and your volume is slightly loud, and it's causing it to be distorted a bit. So, anyway, panel members, we have the. Would you mind restating your name, please?
Bankupa is my name.
Very good. Now that's better volume. Thank you. Any questions, panel, here for the agent? I'm hearing none. Okay, agent, is there anything in particular you would like us to know about your application? Something brief about it that we should know? Bon?
Yes, so I was requested to present the project, and I would do that now. And feel free to ask me any question for that.
No, I should explain. We are not asking for a presentation.
All right, perfect.
We just thought if there's any little thing you thought we should know, but there are no questions for you, and the panel is not requesting a full presentation. Okay. Panel members, I think we can actually take this one into committee for a motion. Who's ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an extremely straightforward-ish item. Variance is minor relative to the scale of Union Station. And in particular, Heritage has no concerns, neither does Transport, so I'm quite happy to move approval without any conditions.
Thank you so much, and that is seconded by Ms. Chan. So it is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. Oh, yeah, okay, that is a unanimous vote then. To carry the motion, the application is approved. Thank you. Number 43 is 136, Tecumseth. And on this application before us we have copy of the minutes from the July 6th public hearing. There are revised site plans. Revised plans received January 10. 9 photographs received February 3. Cover letter from the agent or the applicant, November 24. Letter to the neighbors from the applicant, November. Presentation materials received November from the applicant. There is comment from city planning and also from urban forestry. In opposition, there is correspondence from 691 Richmond, 142 Tecumseth, 8 Mitchell, 15 Mitchell, 138 Tecumseth Street as represented by Sean Galbraith, and 138 Tecumseth. So, we'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello there. It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I can hear myself. So it's just...
There's no echo. We're not hearing you. There's no echo at this end.
Oh. All right. Well, I'll try to do it. It's kind of...
maybe we're getting it
discerning
now.
on my end.
Maybe we're getting it now.
So let me just see here. Maybe I can. All right. Our original committee of application was in July 22nd, and at that point we had 5 letters of support. Just wanted to notice that only 3 were posted in the application information website. And so also 119 Tecumseth and 123 Tecumseth were in approval. So we have 6 letters of objection. I did talk to 138 quite a bit, and we had, with the additional letters, we had some unexpected objection, and so we decided to go for the deferral and make changes to the application based on the neighbors' comments. So that letter from September 20th, we had revisions to reduce the deck length by 3 feet away from 138, to reduce the height by 2 feet, to increase the soft landscaping, and to add permeable paving. We did correspond in a lot of detail with 142 Tecumseth, 8 Mitchell, and 138 Tecumseth, and the 3D images were prepared as part of that discussion. We heard nothing from them afterwards, even though we were open to talking to them. I just want to bring the city planning report in front of you. We've been working with planning even before we submitted to Committee of Adjustment. Their recommendations originally were to increase soft landscaping and to put in permeable paving, which we did. And with this recent round, they recommended that we plant a tree and add privacy screening on the north side of the deck towards 138. Both of those we've agreed to. And I just want to say that on the second page, planning does say in their comments that they feel that this is an appropriate redevelopment of the site. If the moderator could please turn to the photos from November 5th. It's called C of A correspondence. I'm going to just go quickly through some precedent cases. This neighborhood has quite a few decks over carports for row houses. This is a row house. If you go to the end of those photographs, please. Keep going. Yeah, stop there. So those last few pages. We have 1 to 11 Mitchell, which are across the street, and 757 to 775 Richmond, which is kitty corner across the block. And these are row houses that do have decks over carports. We also have quite a few high decks which overlook neighbors. 1 to 11 Mitchell, if you go up a little bit further. That road, keep going up. The front view of those houses, right there at the top, have balconies or decks cut into the front on the 3rd floor, and they're already overlooking the whole street and the laneway, including my client's property. Again, also 8 Mitchell, which is, it should be in that list of photographs. This is the house that's directly behind, right here, directly behind my client, is a 2.5-story house with a full roof deck garden, which has a 360-degree view over the neighborhood. There's a gazebo up there, garden space, family uses it quite a bit. So again, it's a bit rich to have a neighbor complain about something that they themselves already have. And 18 and 22 Mitchell, which is on another set of photographs, they have roof decks overlooking the street and also built over a parking space in the front wall of the house. And again, if you could go to the photographs from February 3rd, site photographs. I just wanted to talk about the soft landscaping issue quickly. No neighbor in the row backing onto the lane, including number 8, has the required amount of soft landscaping. Yes, if you could just take a look. All of the neighbors there keep going one after the other. Either they've got hardscaping or they've got gravel and weeds, or asphalt. And then of course patios. So this is part of it. It has to do with the definition of soft landscaping. Anything that is not soil, plants, or grass is not soft, whether it's gravel or whether it's weeds, etc. So I just want to let you know that this situation is something that is common to this little stretch of houses. And I'm going to stop there and I'll wait for the next session.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, first speaker in opposition.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak to this. I'm directly attached to 136 Tecumseh. I'm directly north. I would like to go through my things, but before that, I would like to speak to the negative comments from the agent, characterizing myself and the neighbors as a bit rich, and also saying that
Excuse me. I wouldn't
Yes.
spend too much time on that. I don't want
Okay.
this to degenerate
I
into a
know, but
personal-
I know that you're not supposed
I'd
to do those things, and some
I
of
would like
that's
to deal with the substantive
Right.
issues relating to the minor variances. Let's do that.
I get it. I get it. Okay, so this proposal fails the 4 tests and does not satisfy the purpose of the official plan. I have a few slides I'll be requesting. These documents give accurate evidence of the substantial impact of this application. I've retained urban specialist Sean Galbraith, as he's highly recommended by the law firm Davies Howe. I believe you're familiar with him. I also have a shadow study done by Dominic Chang from Monument, a registered architecture firm, and 3D renderings of the perspectives of this immense structure. So I don't know if you can call up some of those things. I'm the closest neighbor, literally attached, so this will have a profound effect on my life, my family, my home, and my neighborhood.
Let's pull up those pictures. Are these the ones you're referring to?
Sorry, yes, so that's in reference to, that refers to Monica's talks about the different decks and how it's not unprecedented, which it totally is. Those are all complex that face a hydro building. They don't face other neighbors.
Just a moment, please. I just want to make sure. Are these the materials, though, that you submitted that you want us to see?
I'm sorry, this is from, I believe this is the Sean Galbraith stuff, and I will go through his variances.
Okay,
and
that's
then if
good.
you could
Okay,
go
good.
to the.
Okay, I wanted to make sure we had your submission, not someone else's. Okay.
Yes, please, thank you. Also, the messaging around this has been, it's a carport. It's not necessarily a carport. It's got a walkway, a bridge from their second floor deck that they already have, and a carport and a storage unit, and it's huge. So the breakdown of the issues, it's an unacceptable level of intrusion and loss of privacy. Now, if you call up the 3D renderings, let me see if you have them. So there's one example, but there's another document that is all 3D renderings. And it would come from not, keep going. There's another one, there's another document. I hope this doesn't cut into my time. I'm sorry, do you see it? It's listed as letter of opposition of 3D renderings. I think that's what it's called. Okay, you can't find it, but I wish you could, please, if you could look again. Whoever's looking, it's letter of opposition,
Okay,
February.
we'll stop the clock for a moment. Please stop the clock, and we'll just. Okay, Jordan, can you stop the clock, please? Stop the clock. we're going to see if we can find these materials. So just take a pause, Tanya, and we'll see what we
Thank
can
you.
find.
As you know, this means a lot to me, so I just want to get this right.
I understand. We want to see your materials.
So this is the wrong page. This is not it. That's my letter. I hope that everyone had a chance to read. I know you've had a long, long day. That's not it either. That's the Sean Galbraith letter.
Chair, I think it might.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Let's see.
Sorry,
Chair. Go ahead.
I think it might be the one listed as correspondence in opposition 6.
Okay, check that one. Thanks, Zahir. Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's not it.
Correspondence in opposition.
Okay, well, you know what? It's actually here, contained here. So if you keep going down, so this shows the shadow renderings, but keep going, please. So here, we can see the renderings here. And this will show you from my perspective, if we go to the next one, what this will look like. And you can see the extreme overlook of this. This is 1 inch from me. This is also looking into all the other neighbors. This is, and I know that, and it creates unbelievable shadow. I know that the city has said put up more privacy screens. It's just going to even block the sun and light more. I live in a row house. This is the only way I get light from the back is in the back and the front. So this will totally block my light. And so it's a huge loss of daylight of the yard and internally inside my house as well. It alters the neighborhood character. And 4 of the 7 variances are not minor. They set a new precedent for the entire neighborhood, and they do not satisfy the Planning Act test for minor variances. To quote Sean Galbraith, who's an experienced planner, he's not an assistant planner. In more than, this is what he said in his letter. In more than 12 years working on minor variances in Toronto, he has never seen an application in any neighborhood in Toronto like this. It is certainly without precedent in the neighborhood. The resulting development results in a lot with very little soft landscaping and significant privacy and overlook concerns. Now, the soft landscaping on my place, I have a huge tree that I maintain. I had always had a deck here before I bought this house 20 years ago. So I will also now go to, and the architect Dominic Chang that I spoke to, he said the total height of the deck and railing altogether is 14 feet high, according to the January 23 drawings submitted. So you can imagine what that's going to look like. The privacy screens will box me in. If we go to Sean Galbraith's letter now, can you go to that?
I'm going to have to ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, one moment. He talks about the variances. He talks about the soft landscaping. He talks about it's not general intent of the purpose of the natural environment policies. The provision of the bylaw to ensure residential properties are provided a backyard sufficient in size to provide utility and landscaping. He also said on page 5, the additional length of the building will now be
your time is now up.
91% of the entire lot.
Okay, I'm sorry, your time is now up. Okay, panel members, questions for this speaker, please. Okay, and moderator, we have another speaker standing by.
Hello.
Hello, state your name, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marilyn Gorevsky.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I was born and raised in this neighborhood on Richmond Street. In fact, my 91-year-old mother still lives in that same house, and I purchased 142 Tecumseth in 1989. It's my understanding that there are specific criteria as set out in the Planning Act that the Committee of Adjustment use when evaluating requests, also known as the 4 tests. So I won't list them, as I'm sure you know them. I personally feel that these 4 tests are not satisfied. In letters to the neighbors and a letter from the architect, this building has been referred to as a carport. It is clearly much more than a carport. If you look at the plans and renders, you will see the addition of a roof over a second floor deck that was built in the last major renovation of this property. Then there will be a catwalk or a bridge from that deck to another much larger deck on top of a very high carport, and also a large storage container. I'd like to mention that adding a large storage container will actually decrease the landscaping greenscape and cause a security issue by leaving it in plain sight for random individuals to attempt to access. Further, may I also say that Assistant Planner Simon Lacoste advises in an email and a direct quote that the carport is being treated as a sort of detached garage. I'm not clear as to what a sort of detached garage is. Although there were letters of support in 2022, these were not from direct neighbors, but rather from residents who reside in the area, on Adelaide Street and far down Mitchell, for example, quite a distance from 136. You'll also note that there were no letters of support submitted this round. You'll also note that letters of objection that were submitted in 2022 and letters of objection were submitted this round from neighbors to the north of 136 and across from 136, neighbors that will be directly affected if this proposal is considered. In my opinion, the revisions to their initial plans are minimal and do not make any substantive changes. I still feel the proposal is not within the intent of the zoning bylaw, exceeding rear setbacks, building depth, and coverage in a significant way. The new proposal represents a significant overbill. In regards to corner lot green space that is currently comprised of gravel and weeds, the applicant's desire to have both a place to park a private vehicle, which is no longer a requirement of the zoning bylaw, while also having private outdoor amenity space. This does not, however, need to be located above a new carport. The property currently enjoys space between the carport and the dwelling for amenity space, and the property already includes a portion of the city boulevard south of the lot within its fenced yard. The City Transportation Department routinely handles requests from landowners of such lots to construct fences and landscaping and boulevards for the private enjoyment of the adjacent lot owner. This is an option available to the owner of 136, and doing so would not generate any negative impacts on adjacent properties. I have walked throughout the neighborhood in all seasons since this proposal was first submitted, and other corner lots that also have city-owned areas are very well maintained by the resident. For example, Tecumseth Mitchell, Tecumseth Richmond, Adelaide Tecumseth, to name a few. These properties have greenery, landscaping, and/or privacy fence. In order to increase the lot's water absorption capacity, Assistant Planner Simon Lacoste has also suggested planting a tree. The city permitted the applicant to remove one mature tree in their last renovation. In regards to proposed variances 3, 4, and 5, these 3 variances all pertain to the proposed large balcony above the carport, which is connected to the second floor of the main dwelling by a bridge or catwalk. I strongly disagree that these variances are truly minor. The proposed tall deck remains a serious violation of all neighbors' privacy, will seriously block sunlight and continue to reveal the people and contents, clutter, etc. on the proposed deck, especially for 138. Further, in a letter to myself and other neighbors, the applicant compares her proposed project to a townhouse project to the south. Firstly, these townhouses required rezoning and were not accomplished through minor variances. There is a deck above the carports at the rear of the townhouses. The balconies are directly behind the rear wall of the dwelling and not projecting almost the full depth of the lot. Also, the balconies overlook a hydro building, so there are no overlook or privacy issues. And the homes on Mitchell Avenue do not have large carport or decks facing the street. For the most part, there are front gardens with the street or rear parking, and where there is car parking, this is either enclosed or set back from the street and tucked into the building with only the short edge visible, like number 40 or 44 Mitchell, or behind properties and protected by landscaping like townhouses south on Tecumseth. The city's setback laws are important for maintaining a reasonable separation between buildings and defining massing parameters to protect neighbors.
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Okay. I feel that the proposed carport will also, and the permitted proposed will allow 136 to be 8.8 meters longer than the rest. A long carport at the beginning of a one-way street after already a deep stucco building elevation is not a positive addition to the neighborhood. It will be an absolute albatross and eyesore that will affect the symmetry of all townhouses backing onto the laneway and neighborhood in general. In short, I feel that the proposed change is too large in all aspects for a neighborhood and would set an undesirable precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Panel members, are there questions for the speaker? No. Okay then, so we shall now go back to the applicant, who will have this opportunity to respond and comment in rebuttal, but only to the issues which were raised by the two speakers. Applicant?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to address the shadow studies. If you've looked at them, March 21st and September 1st at 1 and 3 o'clock, there is only partial shading. And in the summer, June 21st, there is no shading. Only after 5 o'clock does shading come from 8 Mitchell, which is behind and to the west. On December 21st, obviously it's full shading, but we get a lot of shading from the houses to the south. And I just want to say that really the shadow studies are missing two important points in this, the image that's on this screen now. You can see that the deck is enclosed by a high fence. And so the shading that is caused by our carport is equally shaded by the fence. As well, there's a large tree, which you can see on the right-hand side there, and all of the shadow studies are taken assuming that tree has no leaves. That tree already, especially in the growing season, overshadows the deck and the neighboring houses, and blocks views as well. We've looked at this project from a number of different a number of different angles. At the beginning, we were looking at a garage. We thought that that would be a solid wall blocking the view and the sunlight from the south. We didn't think that the neighbors would like that. And so we were looking for something that was lighter, airier, more open versus solid. I understand that, and I can read that the neighbor's main objection is the deck on top of the carport. If the committee, even though the planning department says that this is an appropriate development for the site, if you, the committee, feel that the deck is the main issue, as do the neighbors, then we would be willing to remove the roof deck from the carport. The carport is the most important thing for us. And so we would be happy if the removal of the deck was a condition of the approval. There would be no changes to the variances because the deck is not a variance as well. And we do want to keep the carport connected to the house because we want to have a roof over the walkway coming from the ground floor side door into the carport. So I think that's it.
Thank you
if
very much.
If you have any questions.
Okay. Panel members, your opportunity to put questions to the applicant. Now go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Yes, are you removing the bridge too?
No. We would like to keep the bridge.
But then there will be no second floor for the bridge. There's only just like a roof. That's not a bridge, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
There would be no steps down from the deck, from the side balcony.
Yeah. So you will remove all that railing, and it's only going to be a roof over the walkway. Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay.
Are there further questions for the applicant panel? I'm not hearing any, so I'm going to take this application into committee. And in committee, we can move toward a motion unless there are comments in advance. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Yes, I'm very happy to hear that she is willing to remove the roof deck. That's my major difficulty because the reason is for that to having that deck will change the character of the backyard for the properties on the north side, well, like maybe 2 or 3. It's completely changed the character of the backyard, and I do not think that is consistent with the build form in the area. The example that you given with row houses or townhouses that have very uniformly have a second floor deck. But it is very consistent. The character is uniform. But in this case, it's not. I think the deck will create unnecessary impact to the properties on the north. So I'm happy that should remove that, and I can support the carport. And I'm still not too happy with the deficiency in the soft landscaping, because I think they build the storage and then it will make the backyard even smaller. But I think I think I can support the application without the.
Okay, any other thoughts, panel? Mr. Reed first, then Mr. Byatt.
Thanks, Chair. I don't support this application, and even if it were without the balcony, I don't think I could support it. As it stands with the balcony, I think for reasons we've seen, it's very intrusive, and as Yim said, it doesn't match up with the examples that have been given. This is a completely separate thing. And my concern is, so even if you remove the balcony, then you still have a deficiency of soft landscaping. And I may support this if it comes back with a green roof over the carport. But I think at this point, just removing the balcony, I think it needs further consideration. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I take to heart what Ms. Chan just said about the applicant suggesting that there will be no rooftop terrace or above the carport. I also take to heart what Mr. Reed just mentioned. I think I remember this particular application coming before us at an earlier point, and it is a very contentious one. It seems as though the carport, essentially, the main purpose was not merely to provide a cover for the car because it's so exposed on all sides. It really was to provide a platform for an outdoor terrace. I also find that this is an application that is very difficult to support. When I look at the reduction in landscaping, soft landscaping, it does become another problem. So like Mr. Reed, I don't think I can support this application.
Thank you. Nor can I, for the reasons cited. Soft landscaping deficiency, in my mind, the actual visual impact is very negative. It in no way satisfies the test of being desirable. So I look to someone to make a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I move a motion to refuse the application for the reasons we've discussed.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt seconds your motion. And it is therefore moved and seconded to refuse the application. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and thereby refuse the application. Thank you. And with that, the panel moves along to our final application of today's agenda, number 44, 2023 Gerrard Street East. And on this application before us, the panel has a copy of the minutes from the September 14 public hearing, copy of plans, revised site plan, cover letter from the agent, September 19. There is comment from City Planning, February 1st, and there is correspondence in support of the application from 179 Gulfview, dated 16 January. Okay, so I'll ask the applicant, please, to join us by stating your name.
Hi, committee members. My name is Paige Reisha of Bloom Inc. Address is 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario, M5A 4M8. I'm the designer and applicant for this application.
Very good. Panel members, is there any request here for a presentation? Does anyone have questions to put to the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
I do have a lot of concern again. I understand the need for a garage. Double car garage presumably is going to result in the variance number 4, which is again a massive reduction, request for reduction in soft landscaping. I find that difficult to support. I am not quite sure what the applicant's response would be, but I find that very difficult to support soft landscaping reduction of that size.
Applicant?
So we've been speaking with planning for quite a while on that, and we came to an understanding that 27% was fine, given that we are going to be using permeable pavers for the remainder of the yard. So that would be around 24 square meters of permeable pavers. So that would bring us pretty much at 50% if you factor in all of that. So that helps obviously with stormwater runoff. We also have a side yard that's not on the property, but on the city boulevard that's completely grass. So that helps as well.
On the same note, I'm looking at the drawing now of the site plan, and I see the large area of permeable pavers, but that's simply a choice you're making. You'd rather go with permeable pavers than actual soil and grass, and the issue there is that permeable pavers are better than concrete, but they do not perform on a one-to-one relationship or ratio to sod. This for me is a problem, as my colleague has stated. So is there anything you can do here to, I think perhaps you wanted it brown for it, but the committee has a very, very sharp focus on this. And when we see proposals that amount to about half, then we question deeply why it needs to be that way or whether it's simply a design choice. But our feeling is that each property should do its full share of stormwater runoff and stormwater management, and this trend across the city toward reductions through small cumulative decisions one after another is going in the wrong direction. So why could you not change some of that permeable paver area to soft landscaping?
Yep, so we're open to changing that if that will grant us approval for the whole application. So ideally the owners want to have enough space for the patio to have table and chairs that's not sitting in the grass. Plus there is circulation space needed from the deck, which is the back of the house, to the garage, which the swing door into the garage, you can see there's a pathway. That is why there's a pathway there. So that is the reason for the permeable pavers. However, again, if we can reduce that to have a greater landscaped area so that we can get approval, we will do just that. Now, can I ask what would be preferred for percentage for landscaping as an amendment?
Well, we don't want to get into a tit-for-tat negotiation with you, but the kind of number that the panel can look at with some degree of ease is a number like 40, where 40% where 50 is required.
Okay. If we take this north, sorry, not north, that would be west chunk that's beside the stairs to the deck. If we take that out, that is probably around maybe a 10% increase. So that would give us 37%. Would that be suitable?
I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I think you should make that. But yes, I think you should make that change to your application. I think it would be looked upon favorably.
Okay. So would the committee comment on doing that?
No. The committee's going. What we're going to do is, if you choose to do something like what you've just discussed there, we're going to capture that in a revision to your your variances, and then that's going to go to the committee for a vote on the whole.
Understood. Okay, so I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Can we revise the variance number 4?
You can revise variance number 4 at your discretion as long as you're revising it to improve it. So
Yes, yes. So we will do just that. We will revise variance number 4, which relates to the rear yard, or sorry, the soft landscaping in the rear yard, from 27% to 37%.
And I will ask you to do a calculation on that will obviously change the square meterage figure, so I'll ask you to do that calculation too, please.
Yep.
Take your time on it.
So that would be 40 square meters, 0.68.
40.68.
Yep.
Terrific. Okay. Okay, so variance number 4 has been amended by the applicant to read 37% and 40.68 meters squared. Further questions for the applicant panel? I'm not hearing any. So at this stage, then, the panel can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think as amended, I think that makes a difference to me, and thanks for bringing that up. And I think this application is supportable in that form. So I would move that the application as amended be approved with the condition that the remaining patio area be constructed with permeable pavers.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to that? It is seconded by Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to so approve the amended application. And with that, the panel wraps up all of today's application items. It is 7:26 p.m. And to the panel members, I say thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
members.
Thanks, staff.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening,
You
everyone.
too, guys.
Good night. Yes, thank you.
Very
Bye-bye.
best.